Friday, everyone. Welcome to Houston, Texas. We have traveled deep into the heart of the state for 3 days of classic cars, supercars, muscles, and much, much more. Houston is one of the most diverse cities in the entire country, and the cars that go across the block over the next 2 days will reflect that diverse culture. We've got so much coming up over the next 2 days. I'm Shannon Spake. Welcome to Mecum Houston right here on ESPN Plus. We're so glad that you're joining us. I was walking around the floor today. So many exciting, beautiful cars, and you never know which one is going to create the most drama. I don't like to say he creates drama, but definitely excitement. That would be our Chris Jacobs, who's always in the middle of everything. So let's check in with him right now.
Thank you, Shannon. Well, it's so great to be back here in Texas. And because we are in the Lone Star State, I had to pick out a pickup truck for my first preview. And of course, I'm a Mopar guy, so I had to make it a Dodge Ram. This 1985 is beautifully restored. That 440 you're looking at right there that's been rebuilt has actually been sourced from a 1969 Charger. So it does have some vintage Mopar DNA. Great looking paint job, American racing wheels, and you got to get a look at the interior of this truck. I mean, just look at that steering wheel. That is vintage parts department from Mopar in the mid-90s. You might as well be driving a K car with that interior. I love it. Can't wait to see this truck go across the block, Shannon. Just one of so many cool vehicles that will be crossing.
That's right, and Scott, Hoke, Bill Stevens will have the vantage point that we all want, even though we get to walk around down here amongst all these beautiful cars. So let's send it over to the guys right now.
All right, Shannon, thank you very much. Chris as well. Hi, I'm Scott with Bill here in the booth. One of the cars that I'm really looking forward to is our first look at a 2026 Corvette ZR1. We've all been anticipating the arrival of those cars with 1,064 horsepower. We've got one that's coming up tomorrow with only 9 miles on the odometer. A terrific lineup and a lot of variety here in Houston again this year.
Yeah, that's an understatement. Today will be a party platter, a smorgasbord, an all-you-can-eat buffet of collector cars, just about every category you can think of. And for people who have come here hoping to take home a bargain, oh, they've got good timing. Watch what happens.
Yes. Well, you know, ordinarily we don't talk a lot about 72 Chevelles as being stuff that really catches our eye, but there are exceptions, and I know you've picked out one that's pretty enticing.
Yeah, it's got plenty of eyeball and enough power, too. A Mulsanne muscle car, Mulsanne Blue, 1972 factory SS Chevelle 454. It's got the 454, but it doesn't have the LS6. That was 1970 only, but it's an LS5. It began life as an LS5 with about 270 horsepower, but now it's got an LS6 intake and 4-barrel carburetor. So it's got a little bit more moxie. It's got the Turbo 400 automatic transmission, and out back, 331 12-volt positive traction rear end. That is the original unit. A lot to like about this car, and it's got an appointment with the Mecum block later today.
Oh, pretty tasty there, Brother Bill. Nicely done. Hey, you know what? How about we begin our telecast here today in Houston with a big K5 Blazer from 1978. Pretty appropriate for this part of the country.
Oh, yes, sir. Big Blazer, big engine, the 6-liter V8, 345 horsepower with a professional rebuild. Well, just a couple of years ago. This is an Eastern Washington State high desert vehicle, so it is rugged. And that 6-liter LS V8, that's straight from a 2002 Cadillac Escalade, packing about 345 horsepower. But it's had some engine upgrades. We got some hocus pocus inside, stage 2 cam, some aftermarket valve springs to help that rev package inside there, and also a new throttle body, an IAC and TPS sensor cable bracket. So not only the engine, but even the rest of the running gear has gone through some modifications as well. Turbo 350 automatic. And it's selling at no reserve.
And it did hit a high bid of $50,000, but that's not at no reserve.
Oh, that's
so that's a bid goes on.
Bid goes
Blazer.
on. Correct.
Okay, so now we will kick off this group of 22 vehicles at no reserve, Bill, and this is part of the Tony Gullo collection, all back to back to back and selling no reserve, as we mentioned.
Yeah, always fun to see Toronados. What a sensation they were when they debuted. This is a 1966. This was the Motor Trend Car of the Year that year because of all of the sophisticated engineering that went into this car with that front-wheel drive, that big 425 cubic inch engine with 385 horsepower. And remember, back in 1966, you get a 427 Corvette with 390 horsepower, that L36, and so this could match it horsepower-wise just about. Automatic transmission and lots of options as well, and it sells for a remarkably low $12,000.
Tell you what, I remember my uncle used to have one of these back in the day. Everywhere we went, people were just going gaga over these Toronados back in the day.
Absolutely. The engineering and, of course, the great GM styling. What a package.
Next is an Imperial Crown convertible here from 1967.
Only 577 of these were built. 440 wedge engine. It's about 350 horsepower. Power steering, power brakes, air conditioning. It's a loaded automobile, even with leather upholstery. There you see that engine. Hey, while we're making Corvette comparisons, this has 350 horsepower out of that 440. And back in 1967, that L79 small block 327 and a Corvette made 350 horsepower. Are these comparisons overdrawn? Just tell me if they are.
Just by the numbers, you're okay, but you start getting into much more than that with a car like this.
I guess. Anyway.
They did have convertibles in a Corvette in 67.
Well, that's another comparison. Good for you.
It's kind of like you and the Jaguar and the Camaro, right?
Right, same.
Hey, this one brought $30,000.
Wow. That's strong money.
It is.
Wow, that could make an ESPN Sports Center top 10
Top
play.
10?
Yes.
We'll get our best people on that.
Yes.
Contact them. Contact the desk.
Oh, boy.
All right, 1965 Thunderbird up on the block now.
This has got that 390 V8 with 300 horsepower. And some people say that you could actually sneak a 428 into a 65 Thunderbird, but I don't think they built any. Because in 1966, the 428 became available throughout the Ford product line. Power steering and brakes and AC, and you see the presentation. That's a sharp keeper.
I think Shannon Spake can give us some more insight on the gentleman from whom we get these cars, the Tony Gullo collection. Shannon?
That's right. We're going to be saying that name a lot because he's got more than 50 cars here today. His collection is over 300. He started collecting back in the 1960s, guys, and he's got some very unique cars that are going to cross the block all day today and, of course, tomorrow. But this is a really cool story that I love about Tony Gullo. So he loved classic cars, he loved cars, but he also loved Christmas. Yes, I said Christmas. So every year for 50 years, he would dress up in a Santa suit just because he loved holiday cheer. He would decorate his 5-acre property in Magnolia, Texas with more than 1 million lights. I don't even know how long that takes to put up, or certainly don't know how long that takes to take down, but that's a lot of work. But it was all about Christmas cheer, and of course, he let so many people come into his showroom, do events in his showroom. He was just, the stories that I've heard and read about this man were amazing, just giving back, and he's got some really cool pieces crossing the block today.
Very cool. Well, we're just at the tip of the iceberg with this group of cars. Shannon, thank you. This 49 Packard is pretty cool at $8,000. Man, talk about a time capsule here, Bill.
Yeah, 1949. Boy, what a big year for the automotive world back then. General Motors, they were debuting those overhead valve V8s, and over at Packard, they were coming out of the Great Depression, trying to stay alive within a couple of years. While Studebaker's body was still warm, they kind of teamed up with them, but Packard beat Chevy to the market with a 327. This is a 327 inline 8, the straight 8, 150 horsepower, and selling it no reserve.
Yep, and finding a new home today, as will all these cars. 79 Continental Mark V next on the block.
Yeah, big Mark V. Was this ever a status symbol back in the late 1970s? 400 cube V8 automatic, and just about every power accessory that you can think of. This one's selling at no reserve as well. They've upgraded the sound system. They put an Alpine unit in there, but it's got AC, leather upholstery, power steering and brakes, cruise control, and you see that beautiful leather interior. Just so plush, soft to the touch. color's rose is what they call it. Kind of a rose, kind of a mauve-y,
maroonish burgundy,
look.
yeah.
Whatever.
And a little bit of a, well, I was going to say a red pinstripe along the top, but that was a reflection. Sometimes the reflections play tricks on us.
Yeah.
Anyway, I think $8,000 was the hammer price for that.
Somebody from the AARP autographed the dashboard on that Lincoln.
I didn't see that.
Well, it does.
Here is a really cool little 1948 Willis Jeepster, and already at $9,000. What a cutie this is, huh?
Yeah, people love these. Not going to be very expensive, very affordable for just about anybody, but look at the quality of the restoration. An immaculate engine room with that 134 cubic engine line 4, a 3-speed manual transmission, interior. It's gotten a makeover as well. Very primitive dashboard and instrument cluster there. And we may be close to getting the hammer on this at $15K.
Well, you were correct, partner. $15,000 hammers that 48 Willis Jeepster. We are just underway here in Houston, and we'll continue live on ESPN Plus in a couple of minutes. We are back live on ESPN Plus. You're taking a look at a 1950 Olds 88. The current bid at $12,500.
What an important car for General Motors beginning in 1949. As I mentioned earlier, they debuted those overhead valve V8s, the high compression engines. This has that 303 V8, 135 horsepower, 303 rocket V8. And a lot of people will argue that this may have been the first muscle car. Of course, they'll argue with me, because I still say the 64 GTO was the first muscle car. Then in 57, the Rambler Rebel, people will say that was. But this car definitely was the first time that General Motors went heavily into the performance marketplace with a V8 engine.
And it sells for $14,000. Next up is a very cool car on its own, but part of this Tony Gullo collection. It's a 1981 Checker Marathon, the Checker Cab Company, legendary. And Shannon, there in the hat, is all done up for this car, right?
I never thought a straw hat would get so many reactions from everybody, but it definitely is, maybe more than the car. One of the most recognizable cars in America, of course, because this is your taxi cab from the 1960s and the 1970s. So they were all over the streets in New York City, but of course did not look like this one. Take a look at some of this cool stuff. I mean, I am wasting away in Margaritaville, Jimmy Buffett. Where is my lost shaker of salt? Oh, maybe on the back of this over here. Take a look. We've got 2 margarita machines. You could actually, I don't know, hang out behind the car with the straw hat on and have a beverage. Not have a driver, but have a beverage. I'll see you guys later. I'm going with this car.
just hang with the car for a while.
Oh, have one for us.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. Boy, what a perfect time for Tony Montana at the Thanksgiving table from Scarface.
Oh.
Hey, pasta potatoes.
I honestly didn't think you'd be able to work that in today.
I didn't either.
$4,000, and that's going to be the hammer price for that Checker. That is pretty cool. Thank you, Shannon, for giving us a little bit extra insight on that one. Tony Gullo, as she mentioned earlier, man, a long time collector. Passed away a couple years ago at the age of 90 years young. And he, former dealer of cars as well, so he knew the car industry and has amassed quite a group of cars, and we're getting to see them here today.
I'll try to effort some straw hats for you guys a little bit later in the
thank you.
show.
Appreciate it. Here's an 87 AM General M1038 Humvee, Bill.
Oh, boy. Yeah, the backbone of our ground forces in the military. These vehicles, indestructible practically. 6.2-liter Detroit diesel. Not so much the horsepower, but the enormous torque in these drivetrains. Automatic transmission. Now, it doesn't have overdrive. However, this will drive over anything, believe me. It's got that semi-matte kind of military paint all over it. And, boy, that's ready for the next Memorial Day parade, wherever you live.
Sure is, and not unreasonable either, $11,000. So you can take that and use it and have a lot of fun with it. 1939 Ford Standard Coupe next.
Yeah, the Standard Coupe. This was basically the body style that you would see traveling salesmen drive back in the day. This was not a family car, as you can see. It's got the short cab and no back seat to speak of. 221 cubic inch flathead V8 with 3-speed manual transmission. There you see the inside. Just enough room for the Fuller Brush Man. Yeah, that's original. That's the way they were shipped from Dearborn. All the way back to the way it was delivered to the showrooms. Sometimes called a business coupe.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that is a perfect description. $16,000 buys that one at no reserve. And another legendary car from the late 70s, early 80s here, Bill. Four-door Lincoln Town Car, a behemoth, and certainly a status symbol all rolled into one, huh?
Well, yeah, because the earlier one that we saw was the Mark V. That was sort of like the, I don't want to say down market, but the smaller version of the 1979 Lincoln. This is the Townie. This is the town car. 460 V8 versus the 400 in the Mark V we saw earlier. Very original here. Automatic, and again, loaded with power features, standard and optional. Push button, AM/FM cassette player inside. You saw the interior. Very conservative looking, except for that scandalous tan half vinyl top up there.
Yeah, the Mark V was kind of like the single dude or the couple with no kids here, and this is the luxury family cruiser back then.
Yes, yeah? The Mark V was the babe magnet.
Right. And $7,000.
Wow, huh?
Scandalous vinyl, half vinyl top included on that one.
Only $7,000.
Man.
By the way, there's only about a little over 21,000 miles on the odometer. So I would say that was very well bought.
Pretty well bought.
Yes.
Indeed. All right, let's move on. 1949 Chevy Styleline Deluxe Business Coupe.
Yeah. Once again, it has that shortened cab. Remember, back in 1949, get that fastback body style, too. There you see the inline 6-cylinder engine, 3-speed manual transmission behind it. And I think you get somewhat of a, diminutive back seat in this automobile. Minute Bowl would not be able to fit in the back. You might not be able to fit in the back seat.
I like to call that legroom delete.
Yeah, right. Great color scheme, though. Like that maroon with the saddle beige cloth interior. Got the steel wheels, tidy-whitey white walls, hubcaps, trim rings, and again, very much in the configuration that you would see that car delivered from the factory to the showroom. And it has escaped the indignities of the hot rodder.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, you know, you could almost, anything you could imagine people would do to these cars back in the day, and whether they keep them looking like this and mess with the internals or just totally hop them up.
You know what? Go to the J.C. Whitney catalog and stock up on stuff, or take it to Gene Winfield and say, hey, go crazy.
Go crazy, indeed. All right, let's take a moment here, check in with Chris Jacobs standing by out there in the 303 staging lane somewhere.
Yes, sir. Thanks, guys. And I'm here with something you would definitely refer to as a sleeper. This is a 1966 Biscayne. Now, what makes it a sleeper is under the hood right here. Ooh la la, check it out, 427 turbojet, putting out 425 horsepower. Now, I was trying to do a little bit of research on the VIN. I'm not sure if this is from the factory as a 427. If it were to be, this would be a very rare car indeed. Only about 20 two-doors left the factory with the 427, but this is definitely a sleeper as is. Color-matched wheels, that red on red. Check out the bench seat with the 4-speed. Just such a great car. Now, the consignor's daughter, who is here with the car, told me that he bought this car new in 1966, raced it for a while, then sold it. It was out of his possession for many, many years. Then a friend of his helped him source it again. And he knew that it was the car that he used to own because of some of the work that he did under the hood. Now, again, not sure if this is a numbers matching 427. That would be the L72. But it's got it under there now. And of course, a great setup with the 4-speed transmission, red on red. You can see just a Spartan interior, lightweight, no bells and whistles at all in this. And that's all because it wants to go very fast down that quarter-mile track. Scott, coming across the block soon.
Oh, yes, it does. It'll be here a little bit later today. Thank you, Chris. And we want to tell you, while we have a moment, that we have a terrific new auction event coming up for you later on this year. We mentioned it a couple of weeks ago out in Glendale, but we will be in Nashville at the Nashville Super Speedway September 23rd through the 26th. Cannot wait, and I know a lot of people are really looking forward to that auction and some very cool surprises to tell you about at a later date that are coming to Nashville too. In the meantime, 1935 Dodge 1.5-ton stake bed truck here.
Oh, once again, this is a vehicle that had so much to do with the success of small businesses back in the 1930s as they were struggling to stay alive as the Great Depression had the entire country in its grasp. This one, inline 6, about 100 horsepower. General Motors 5-speed manual, that's an upgrade, but otherwise, lots of originality, including that body work in the back with the wood floor and the wood stakes that are removable that go around the perimeter of the flatbed. Not going to be very expensive to buy. Remember in the old days, the local markets, the fruit vendors would have apples and bananas and peaches go up and down the street through the neighborhood.
All baskets and
Apple,
boxes.
banana, peaches, apples. I used to do that. I actually got a job on one of those trucks.
Really?
Yeah, when I was a kid.
Wow, you never, man.
Manny's Market.
Your resume with Greasy Al's, at Manny's Market, the pizza delivery deal, you never cease to amaze us.
I have lived a full life.
15,500. That's pretty cool. I think they'll enjoy that. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
That'd be great. Put a hot tub in it.
Oh, that's an idea.
Yeah.
Here's a Buick Super 8 sedan from 1948, also part of this Tony Gullo collection.
I love these vehicles that take us back to this time period. We're coming out of World War II. Detroit is suddenly building new cars again, and there's just a sense of exuberance through the country. We have the interstate highway system not too many years after this, and the cars reflected the optimism with the styling, the power. Straight 8-cylinder in this Buick Carter carburetor with a 3-speed manual on the column. Fender skirts, push-button radio. Not all the cars had that back in the 1940s. But yeah, this car definitely takes you back to a time when the automobile was becoming more and more important in the daily lives of people. Families were traveling together in automobiles.
Very true.
You know, the family-sized sedan, and that was usually the top-selling model line for any manufacturer.
Roads were starting to get better, making that, more long-distance travel more of a reality.
Yeah. How about diners, drive-in
Oh,
restaurants?
100%.
What a great time.
Absolutely. Here is another car that has escaped the George Barris influence, to put it mildly. Normally, a 51 Merc would be a prime candidate for a lead sled job.
Yeah, exactly. And it's good to see that this one is in, I would say, almost 100-point originality. 255 cubic inch flathead, 112 horsepower. That Carter carburetor that we saw throughout the industry back in those days. 3-speed manual with overdrive. Original pieces include the radio and the heater, sun visor, dual mirrors, and a car that you could probably buy for less than $20,000. I think the bidding will probably peak out pretty much where it is right now. But I tell you, you will be the star of any cruise night when you're rolling with this. People gravitate to these cars.
Those heavy vinyl seat covers, perfect for hot weather. It'll make you stick to the seat and, get super hot in the middle of summer.
You want to stick to the seat when you go around corners in that, because that plastic is so smooth.
That's true. It could be uncomfortable.
You could go from left-hand drive to right-hand drive real quick.
Very true. Creeping closer to 20. And Matt Morveck sells it right there, $19,500. All right, thumbs up from the new owner of that 51 Mercury Club Coupe. Back with more from Houston and the NRG Center in just a moment.
In Gone in 60 Seconds, everything comes down to just one car. The last job, the highest stakes, and a Mustang named Eleanor. And this is Eleanor Gone Again, the first car of a limited series run of that cinema icon, 25 years in the making.
Well, the build is obviously in tribute to the 25th anniversary. We're going to build 25. We're going to offer the car for sale in May in Indianapolis. Dana sold the first original car I sold after the movie was over for me back in Indianapolis. So we're kind of going back to the beginning again. Mecum Auctions has sold, I believe, more real Eleanors than anybody else in the world.
This isn't nostalgia or a trip down memory lane. It's legacy continued. And come May, car number 1 is ready to be gone again.
And that new, if you will, Eleanor is going to be in Indianapolis. It's actually here now, Bill, and can't wait to see that edition cross the block in Indy in just next month.
Boy, you talk about a car that started a cottage industry, and the Eleanor series of Mustangs has got to be right at the top of the list when you think about the people that started building replicas. They were licensed and licensed. The people loved the look, they loved the performance and the connection to the movie. This is a car whose luster will never fade.
They really kind of kicked off the whole resto mod craze. And we will see that one as mentioned coming up in Indy. Right now, over to Chris Jacobs.
Thanks, Scott. Out here with a vehicle that's going to be rolling across the block in just a couple minutes. This is a 1984 Jeep Wagoneer. And the reason I'm picking this out for the preview is just how good it shows up for being an 86. It has been repainted in that factory-correct garnet with the wood grain. And you got to take a look at the beige interior, because after 100,000 miles on the clock, it's really, really held up nicely. Look at that. It is ready for a road trip for sure. I've always loved these Wagoneers. They've been going up and up in value for the past decade or so. So I'm very interested to see what this one is going to get when it crosses a block. And it will be going home with a new owner because it is being offered at no reserve, Scott.
Love those. I'm in the same camp as you are, Chris. Those Wagoneers from back in the day are so charming and cool.
Often given credit, and rightly so, for being the first luxury SUV.
Mm-hmm. All right, that is on the way here in just a little while. It's poised to cross the auction block. In the meantime, let's catch up and check out our first Corvette of the day today. This one from 1973 with a big block in between the fenders.
Yeah, the 454, less than 300 convertibles built this year were equipped with that LS4 454. And 1974, that was the end of the 454 in the Corvette. So they were winding them down. And, of course, the power output on these, nothing like the earlier 454s that we saw at the turn of the 70s in 1970. This is a matching numbers engine with that 4-speed transmission and factory air. Also, it's got the tachometer in it from the factory, original limited slip rear end with 308 gears. And they say that less than 100 were built with that factory air conditioning. So this is a pretty special Corvette, and it's getting strong bidding.
37,000 at the moment. Yeah, 275 horse out of that big block in 73.
I wanted to avoid that.
Well, it's better than 200 or 190.
Yeah, the L82s in that time period, the smaller engine cars. Yeah,
yes,
I hear you.
Beautiful look, and the high bid on that car at $37,000. That's our first car after the 22 from the Tony Gullo collection. More from that Gullo collection, as Shannon indicated a bit later. Here's a 69 Camaro convertible now.
Yeah, 350 crate engine, somewhere around 300 horse, 4-speed manual. Power stuff, yep, steering and the top. Got some new suspension pieces underneath there. They put headers on that 350, by the way, with an aluminum intake, as you can see, and they dressed it up. Open element air cleaner there. You saw some polished pieces as well. Cowl induction hood. There's the inside. And 1969 Camaros continue to be some of the most desirable cars across the Mecum block, and regardless of how they're equipped, engine-wise, powertrain, color, original cars, day 2 cars, modified cars. 1969 Camaro is always an all-star. This is certainly one right here. And it's going to sell.
I kind of like that color combination, Bill. We don't see that blue very often.
No.
With a white convertible top.
I'd love to see a 69 Z28 in that color with the white rally stripes. That would be quite a combo.
Well, this one brings $34,000. Here is an 85 Dodge Ram pickup truck next.
Yeah, that Chris gave us a little Cook's tour of a little earlier. 440 wedge in there. And it's got a mild cam in it, the Sniper 2 fuel injection. Kind of common upgrades on a lot of these builds. Torque Flight 727. Went the extra mile on that paint job, by the way. They stripped the metal all the way down to its bare skin before the paint job began. Aluminum radiator, we talked about that, how great that is to have if you're going to street drive some of these builds to keep cool. New exhaust, 20-inch American Racing torque thrust wheels. Those are the modern interpretation of that torque thrust D that look good on anything. And soft surface tonneau cover over the bed.
I mentioned that this engine was sourced from a 69 Charger. I would love to know the history. Where is that car now? You know, where are the bones of that old 69 Charger?
Maybe.
I'm glad its power plant lives on in this 85 truck. And you know what? I mean, I expected this truck to get a little bit more because of something you mentioned, Bill. The paint job is very, very well done.
Oh, yeah.
And I also mentioned that K-car interior. Man, that just brings me right back to high school. I love it. I love that steering wheel.
Maybe we don't want to know where that Charger is.
Yeah, probably not. It's in a junkyard somewhere.
Yeah, we don't want to see that.
28.
28.
28,000. 27 bid. 28. $28,000.
We have 27,
$28,000.
And if I may say, traditional.
Reserves on 28, 29.
The classic Dodge pickup trucks just don't seem to trade like the Fords and the Chevys. And it's certainly not because they're not as impressive when it comes to a build like this.
No, you're absolutely right. I guess maybe the concentration just wasn't on the trucks like they were in the Chevys and Fords. I don't know, but you're right. They were certainly at a lower tier.
Yeah.
They still have their fans, though, and that
you're
couple,
looking at one right here.
Exactly. That couple just picked up the pickup for $28,000. And now onto that Grand Wagoneer that you also gave us a sneak peek at, Chris, from 1984.
Yeah, that's the 360 V8 in that Jeep, which was a real workhorse for Mopar. About 245 horsepower, depending on the application. This one with an automatic and repainted in factory correct garnet paint, a simulated wood grain exterior. There's the interior, beautiful beige, leather inside. A lot of documentation with it, owner's manual, repair manual, roadside service booklet, tire warranty booklet, warranty and maintenance guide. Boy, I'll tell you, that's the stuff you want to hang on to when you have a vehicle like this and you are thinking of maybe turning it over. People love to have that original documentation.
Yeah, and just something about these mid-80s Wagoneers just speak to me. Really love it. A little bit of useless knowledge. The same guy that designed the Wagoneer designed the modern Wienermobile. Didn't expect I was going to say that, did you, Scott?
No, not at all. But I will say there's nothing, no such thing as meaningless knowledge. Or
Right, yeah.
That gets as close to it as possible.
No, we're going to take our hat off to Al Wiener, who designed that in the Wienermobile. I just made that up. So
that might be useless knowledge.
that might be.
27 is the bid. They're having a good conversation about it. Jamie McLeod on the phone with a headset on the other end of the line. Somebody who's interested and just bid. Nope, thought he bid 28. He's the high man at 27.
Boy, this was just about the time that the whole SUV movement caught fire, too. People were buying more of these than family sedans. And pretty much put that whole body style out of business.
And that Bronco 2 came out around the same time
Small
as this
one.
one. Yep.
Right.
28 bid, 29, last call. 28, 29.
We got it, 28.
Okay, going to the telephone with help from Jamie McLeod, $28,000. 2008 GT500 from Shelby on the block next, a convertible. This one's selling at no reserve as well.
Yeah, the year after, this whole generation of the Shelby GT500 got underway and marked, you might say, a new collaboration between Ford and Shelby as the Shelby name actually started showing up on these high-performance Mustangs with his approval. And there was a turf battle for quite a while between those two. Anyway, everybody loved each other in 07. Here we are in 08. You could get a fixed roof or a convertible. The color of this is vapor with a black interior, and of course that powertrain, the 5.4-liter V8 with 500 horsepower. This one with a 6-speed manual. Lots of new stuff on this as well, and a few upgrades as well as, take a look at the odometers, just a little over 5,000 miles on it.
Wow, that's
Yeah,
that's significant.
I would say.
Hey, $30,000 buys that Shelby GT500 from 2008.
About half of what the MSRP would have been.
Okay. Let's check in with Shannon.
Hey guys, so I stopped at this 1976 Ford Thunderbird. All good things were developed in 1976, by the way. I just really love the color, the burgundy on burgundy. If you take a look inside, the white wall tires. But one of the really cool things about this car is the power sunroof or moonroof. This was actually part of the original design. Very rare for these kind of cars. Not all of them came with that sunroof, power sunroof, power moonroof, but this one certainly did, and it is just beautiful. The burgundy, and also there's an 8-track. Take a look. I don't know. Hello Dolly, I think, is on here. Maybe this comes with the car. Maybe when we come back from break here at Mecum Houston, some of the guys will sing some of these songs that are on it. What do you think? Maybe we'll get that to happen. We got a lot more to come here from Mecum Houston. Thank you so much. This baby's going to cross the block in just a little bit. We'll be right back here in Houston.
Welcome back to Houston. We're at the NRG Center today, and that's kind of the look that you get when you first walk into this building. And be prepared to be surrounded by amazing vehicles as you walk down that red carpet and head toward the block, Bill Stevens. And we're enjoying every minute of it. Hope you guys are at home too, watching on ESPN Plus. Here is a 1968 Mercury Cougar to lead off this segment.
Yes, at the top of the show, I think I promised everyone we'd have a panoply of categories, and so far that's actually panned out, and heck, we're not even halfway through. 1968 Cougar, the year after it debuted. A little 302 in it with an automatic and a few options, but not a puffed out car. And I would say that we get into the 20s maybe with this, and we'll have a sale. So I got a little bit of a distance to go. Very well presented. Love the wheel choice on this. Raised white letter tires. A teal, light teal color, black interior.
Right. Reserves off. I got $18,000. Laura,
wow.
would your man like to give 19?
This is going to go short.
For sale. I've got 18 to bid, $19,000. Anybody else for 19 on the Cougar?
What do you think of that color?
Huh? Down 20.
Just dig it.
Beat
You
you
know,
to it.
I'm one of those
30,
people
20,
where if I see a color that I don't see a lot of, I kind of, really
It
warm up
pulls
to
you.
it.
It pulls you toward it. Yeah, absolutely. 19.5. Tell you what, that ride height may be just a touch high,
yes,
but it's got a really muscular look to it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's jacked up just a little bit, and not extremely so. And you're right, kind of gives it a little attitude.
And I know you're all about attitude. Well, oh, there you go. Good look there. Thank you, Johnny Atkinson, over there on that camera, our jib camera. $21,000 buys that Cougar. And we move on now to a 2006 Corvette. Can you believe, Bill, this car is 20 years old now?
Wow. Yeah, the C6 Corvettes debuted in 2005. This is year number 2. That's that 400 horse LS2. 6-speed manual. Yes, 3-pedal manual in there. The 3LT preferred equipment group, so it is loaded, including the Z51 performance package. Very subtle color scheme. The Arctic white, black interior. Head-up display. Telescoping steering column that's power operated and the chrome 20-inch wheels, and out she goes at $25,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
Beautiful car.
It is.
When we first started doing this show, first year, 2008, that car was 2 years old.
Yeah. Yeah, talk about comparisons.
I think that means we're getting old too, huh? Well, anyway, we move on to 1976 T-Bird.
This is the one that Shannon, I think, gave us the walk around a little earlier. Interesting time period for Ford during this era for the Thunderbird. Of course, the Thunderbird has had 11 generations, but right around here, a lot of platform sharing at Ford with the Thunderbird and the Lincolns and the big Mercs and cars like that. A lot of commonality underneath. This one with the biggest engine you could get, the 460, but only a couple of hundred horsepower plus. Automatic transmission, and the odometer reads just a skosh over 10,000 miles. Factory air, which was probably standard. Don't hold me to that. But this is at a time when the personal luxury cars were coming through with a lot of features that would have been options in the past, but now they would come on a standard automobile.
I bet you're right about that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And I can remember that this is when dealers were actually in a little bit of a bind because they would make most of their money from the options that were added onto a car when it was ordered. But if those things are standard, now the dealer doesn't get to gingerbread the car up a little bit.
Right.
So that's what was happening back then.
Well, here today in Houston, this car just sold for $17,000. How about an Eldorado from 1970? We've got one for you.
Yeah, the front-wheel drive Cadillac in 1970. This is when they had that 500 cubic inch V8 engine. But again, in 1970, the horsepower wars were just about to end, so even big engines like this with 500 cubes really didn't push out the kind of horsepower you might expect. But it does have that automatic transmission, power steering and brakes. You know, all the power accessories that a big Caddy would have. Cotillion white, red interior. And that long hood, short deck styling that gave these cars such a Euro kind of a profile.
Reserve is off. 15 grand is the bid at the moment.
16,000 underneath it, 15 to good. Underneath it, here 16. Yes, sir. Got 15, 16, 17. Now 17, young lady. You want $17,000? Yes or no? You've been there, sir.
Morvac,
17.
our auctioneer, has it at 16,000.
Sold 16.
And that's where it'll sell. Just like that.
Wow, you can own a car that looks that fabulous for under $20,000.
Come to a Mecum auction.
Yep.
Terrific play, best place to find those. All right, second year of the Pontiac GTO now, 1965.
Yeah, it was still an option package for the Tempest in 65. It became its own model in 66. And this one has that optional 360 horsepower, tri-power, 389 with a 4-speed, and the safety track rear end. That was Pontiac's version of the Posit Traction Limited Slip. This one also has power steering. Just an AM radio hung in the dashboard there, rally gauge cluster with a tack, and polished 5-spoke aluminum wheels. You get a look at those in just a second here. And a light Fontaine blue metallic exterior paint. Very, very tasteful 65 GTO. There's nothing you could complain about on that car. And fast. I got to drive some of these back in the day, and you know, people made jokes about GTO, giant tub of oil, good till October, blah, blah, blah. And then you'd smoke them, and then all the trash talk had come to a complete stop.
I never heard good till October.
Oh, yeah.
That's good. All right, $42,000 in the books in Houston.
Welcome back to Houston, everybody. Inside the NRG Center, where Mecum Auctions is in full swing. And I'm out here in staging right now with the first year of the Gen 2 Firebird Trans Am, 1970. This is a Ram Air 3 400, and you're getting a look at it right there. That's a numbers matching drivetrain. This is backed up by an automatic transmission. This engine makes 345 horsepower and 430 foot-pounds of torque. Really, really nice restoration here. I love the graphics on this car over the white. Getting a look at the interior right there. As we swing around to the rear, proudly proclaiming Trans Am as well as Pontiac. And it's a bit of history for Pontiac. On this day, April 10th, 2009, GM announced that they would no longer be making Pontiacs. So today is the anniversary of the demise of the Marquis. Scott, back to you.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. That car coming up. And we'll turn our attention in full to the block right now with that truck. Actually, just hit the bid goes on at $11,000 in 95 GMC Sierra 1500 SL. So we'll push forward to an Impala Super Sport 1964 here, Bill.
Yeah, it looks like we've added some aftermarket rims to the 64 Impala SS. And we've also done a little engine swap here. Got a 5.7 liter out of a 2001 Trans Am. And that Trans Am had about 30,000 miles on it. Time of the transplant. There you see a good look at it right there. Yeah, not the kind of engine you'd see in an original 64 Impala.
Nope.
That new. Yep, a lot of engineering went into that engine room. Leather and cloth trim seats inside. By the way, automatic transmission. There you see the original style console between the bucket seats. Coded digital gauges in the instrument cluster.
Sharp little car here, $30,000.
Yes, it is, and a lot of the build expense went into that engine swap. That's not a plug and play by any stretch to get that Trans Am engine in there and make everything fit and everything function.
Very little, a very subtle side exhaust there.
Yep. 5-spoke.
You'll miss it if you're not looking for it.
Yeah, 5-spoke mags. Polished out.
$27,000. Got 25. Get 26.
25 is the bid. That's Clint Hunter there on the left with our consignor. They're trying to come up with a good number.
If you want to sell it.
26?
Yeah. You want to go ahead and sell it?
No, I ain't going to take 26.
What will you take?
I'll take 40.
Oh, well, a while ago at 30, you said you'd lift the reserve.
Yeah, we lift the reserve. If you go 35, I'll take that.
Okay.
All right, they're still going to work it out, trying anyway. But for now, we're going to leave it at $26,000. And so 1967 Olds Cutlass coming up next.
Yeah, Scott, built as a 442 replica. So the consignor, and make no bones about it, that was the goal. 1967, that would be the 4th year for the 442. Debuted in 1964, same year as the GTO. Got the correct looking V8 in there with an automatic transmission. Deep dark blue offsetting the beautiful interior. White buckets and door panels. New white vinyl top. Upgraded the sound system. Brand new fuel tank and shocks. They restored the factory rally wheels with the 442 center caps. So it's a convincing replica.
Is that
for sure?
Is that a factory color, do you think? Or does that deep dark blue look deeper and darker and brighter because of the white interior and white top?
You know, we see this happen quite often at Mecum Auctions where a color will come through that's hard to identify when it comes to the factory originality because we'll see so few of that color.
Right, right.
Our first instinct is, oh, that could not be OEM.
Yep.
But I don't think I've ever seen a 67 442 painted in that color. So
You got her, my friend.
that could be a switcheroo.
Well, in any case, that couple just bought the car for $28,000.
I think that's
what a beauty.
Yeah, that was a great buy for them. Let me tell you, a lot of money went into that replication of a real 442.
Nicely done. Okay, here is a 1969 AMC AMX.
Oh, it's always fun to see these. You know, there's such a large community of AMC fans out there that really don't get a lot of love because we don't see a lot of these cars. And oh, look at the detailing under the hood of that 390 V8. That really was the performance engine for AMC. They did make a 401, but the 390 is the one that most of the performance lovers in the AMC camp would gravitate toward. And it has that Go package. That's that optional package that you could get in these cars. 5-speed manual, that's an upgrade. Engine was built by a vendor, the Rocky Mountain Competitive Research folks, with a 40,000th over bore, high performance castings used on that engine. Magnaflux, sonic check, so ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. A lot of bucks went into the engine. Comp cams, MSD, ignition.
$45,000.
And we sold it for $45,000. And again, I'd say that's well done.
Congrats.
That is a cool little muscle car there.
Not many people put that kind of money into an AMX,
Exactly.
you know, to bring it to that level.
Yep. Glad that whoever did it, did it.
Yeah.
Okay, 1956 Chevy 150. This was the entry-level shoebox Chevy, and they've done some work on this one as well.
Yeah, they come and they go, and no two are completely alike. Crate motor in there, a 350. So we zoom on into it. There you see it. Edelbrock intake and 4-barrel. Automatic with a low-car shifter. They've got vintage air in there to keep it cool. Restitched interior. Kept the dashboard instrument cluster pretty genuine. That's Palomino leather, though, so that's the glove soft inside. Tilt steering column from I Did It, power door locks, and an alarm. Sony stereo in the glove box with a CD changer. And an aluminum radiator to keep what you're looking at nice and cool when you're headed to the cruise night. No reserve.
At 37,000, you want to go 7, you want to go 7. No reserve, 36. 36.
So we send it to bid goes on.
36.
And if someone calls and makes an offer on it, they'll call you.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
All right. 26 was your last offer?
Yes.
At $36,000. 36.
35 is the bid. This one at no reserve.
Sold $36,000.
And this one hammers $36,000. Very cool to see it.
Yeah.
All right, 1967 Mustang GT up on the block here.
Yeah, not original. We've made a few changes to this one. Has the C code 289. Started life with 200 horsepower with a 4-speed manual. Has the GT equipment group. Her shifter, working that 4-speed. Air conditioning from Select Air. You see the air conditioning compressor tucked down in there. Style steel wheels. There, see the interior and their shifter. Style steel wheels, high performance rubber, and a copy of the Marty report.
3, 4, 5, 35, 36. 36,000.
Into the mid-30s with this car. So this car's getting some respect.
38,000. You want to give 8 bid? You want to give 8 here? You want to get 38? I have 37 bid. You want to get 38,000? Anybody else? Close bid at 37,000.
Well, in this case, 37 is not going to be enough. So the bid goes on. I think somebody will bite on that one, don't you?
I do. I think if we can get a 4 for that first number, we're going to make a deal.
Yeah, and that's not unreasonable.
No.
1940 Ford Custom Coupe next.
All steel body. You can get aftermarket bodies for just about any classic Ford these days. And we're talking about 32 Fords, 34 Fords, and any body style. Everything from the Victorias to the 2-doors, right down the line. This one, that business coupe body style, there's the interior. Beautifully presented behind a Chevy 350 and a Turbo 400 automatic. They've added power, rack and pinion steering, and air conditioning. And a modification we see a lot of on some of these classic Ford builds. They got the Mustang 2 front end with disc brakes, which makes the re-engineering on the front end kind of like a one-piece unit. Great wheel choice on that car. Great choice on everything. Color, detailing.
Yeah, hard to beat it.
No, powertrain. That's a winner.
How much you want a net? I've got 35. You want a net 33? You want net 34? Okay.
You know, I can't.
35, 36. Close the bid at 35.
Well, that's not going to work for the consignor.
Boy, they were close.
I think you are right, but at 35,000, it's going to take a little bit more extra juice over at the bid goes on. So we'll take a look next and zoom in on this 74 Cuda Custom.
Yeah, by 1974, the real hardcore performance era was over for Mopar, but that didn't stop people from just taking it upon themselves, such as that 512 cubic inch big block sitting in between the fenders of that 74 Cuda. House of Colors, Tangelo Pearl Orange paint. Oh, that is delicious. And so is the interior there. Take a look. Tremec 5-speed manual. Dana rear end and Willwood 4-wheel power disc brakes all underneath. Also QA1 adjustable shocks. Great build.
They kind of went Bill Stevens on the where the hockey stick stripe might have been, with the little skeleton treatment to that.
That's usually what it would look like if I tried to paint that without masking tape. That's wild.
Yeah, that's a nice build, though. And
yes.
What do you got, Mitch? Sorry, 57.
It's got the look, man.
60,
Oh, all the way, and the power.
At
512. Man. Also, it's got the 6-barrel setting as well on top of that 512. So that engine will not be gasoline starved. Trust me.
58. 57. 58. Last call. 58,000.
Want it? 58.
Close a bid at 57,000.
again, I think they're close.
Yeah.
It goes on. F99.
But that was not an inexpensive build.
No, you are correct, sir.
And
How about this? 64 Pontiac Catalina. And look what they have done in the engine room.
Look at this build.
Oh.
Man, 6-liter LS2 in there. That's 400 horsepower, 4L60E automatic with overdrive and the paint. If you're wondering, torch red. Let's just sit on that engine for just another couple seconds. Oh, that is too nice. And the interior. You've got your red, maroon, and white all singing to each other inside there. Aftermarket air conditioning. Unbelievable.
Isn't
wow.
that a beauty?
Man, simple but effective. That is not what you'd call a car that had anybody overthinking it, just keeping it.
I tell you,
yeah.
I was going to say it's impossible to do it, but if you could do it, leave the hood up when you drive that thing around, so people can just get a look at that engine.
Oh, yeah.
That is so cool.
Oh, we can't sell it. What a shame.
Oh.
Well, maybe someone will step up.
Hopefully so. 50 grand is the high mark at the moment on that beautiful Catalina. Let's check in now with Shannon Spake.
Hey guys, if you want a muscle car, we have got the muscle car, 1969 Dodge Super Bee Coupe, and this car has so many really cool features. First of all, that V8, right? That's a big motor. There's a gentleman here right now looking to get someone to start this so we can hear just how much that thing rumbles. But every race car needs the factory hood pins. We've got those. This is what really kind of caught my eye. The two different colors of the headlights. This, of course, is for your fog, and this is for driving down the street every single day. Take a look inside this car as well. The factory green tint on the side windows and then on the back windows. This has been, obviously rebuilt, but a lot of these things are custom are original, and that is part of it, that green tint. I've had so many people walk over and kind of ask about that, but you see the bumblebee stripe back here because that's what it is. This car right here, beautiful on the street or of course on the drag strip, whatever your heart desires. It's got the motor, it's got the beauty, it's got everything that you want out of a Super Bee Coupe, and we have everything you want here at Mecum Houston. We'll be back shortly.
Oh, we've got a good one for you coming up a bit later today. A 1955 Chevy 3105 window. It's been frame-off restored. 235 cubic inch inline six with Rochester carbs. It is super clean. Black with the saddle interior. It is a honey. And it's coming up a bit later in the day today. Part of our live coverage here on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Shannon Spake here in Houston. Rutledge is not with us this weekend. He'll be back with us in Indy for sure at the Dana Mecum 39th Original Spring Classic. In the meantime, here's a 1970 Corvette selling at no reserve.
This is a little prom queen right here. It's got the little 300 horse, 350, the original engine. That would have been the base engine in 1970. Automatic transmission. Refinished in the factory correct Mulsanne blue. And the bright blue interior has been reupholstered. Power windows and brakes, rally wheels, with those chrome trim rings, center caps, Eagle, GT2 white letter tires. Of course, those were not available back in 1970, but they look pretty good on this car. I'll tell you what, if I had this car, my next stop would be Bloomington Gold. I'd love to get that certified. It's got a lot of originality. Still has the tank sticker still attached to it, which always is something that Corvette collectors like to see. Because over the years, a lot of tank stickers have gone the way of old flesh. They're gone forever. Yep. So good to see this car still has his.
Good idea to take it to Bloomington Gold.
Yeah.
That's a big feather in your cap as a Corvette owner. I'm sure.
Get that paperwork with a car. See some of the documentation with that car sitting up in the back.
And not bad either. $29,000 is all it took to buy that car. All right, so we'll move on to 1970 Trans Am.
Oh, this gives me an opportunity to rant a little bit, Scott. I know you've been looking forward to this. I don't always give the horsepower on a lot of these cars because factory horsepower ratings are a joke. They are never accurate right down to the horsepower. A lot of times the same engine has a different rating depending on the car it's in. For instance, this 70 Pontiac Trans Am has a matching numbers Ram Air 3, 345 horsepower. Same engine has 366 in the GTO. See what I mean? How about the L78, 396? 4.25 horse in the 65 Corvette. Anything else that had it was 375. So please don't hold me to these horsepower ratings as being accurate because so few of them actually are. But you use them for reference to have a good idea of how much power the cars have. You know, you have a glazed look on your face right now.
I'm just waiting for you to finish.
Okay, well, what happened with this car? The bidding is still continuing.
You're still ranting.
I'm done. No, I think my point was made.
The rant reserve has not been lifted yet.
At all?
This is an excellent presentation on a 70 Pontiac Trans Am, by the way. Chris gave us a look at this, and it is worthy.
Okay, I'm going to reopen it. I have 52, 53, 53, 54, 54, 55, 55, $55,000. 54, man, you're going to get 55, 56, 55, man, you're going to get 56,000, you're going to get 56. I have 55,000, you're going to get $56,000 here, you're going to get 56. Got 55, $56,000. Anybody else? 56. Jim, what are you going to do? Okay, 55,000. Sir, if I was you, I'd take the reserve off. That's what I would do if I was you. Reserve is
Okay,
off.
there it is.
55,000.
55 is good enough to lift that reserve.
Sells all the way. 55. $56,000. 55, everybody get 56. So, 55.
There we go, $55,000.
That away.
Not to add fuel to your horsepower fire here, but if someone would say factory rated horsepower, that kind of absolves you from any guilt, regarding accuracy or not, because you're just stating what the factory said, right?
Right, and what I'm saying is that you could take 10 engines from the same manufacturer and put them on a dynamometer one by one, and you would get a different horsepower reading for all of them.
Agreed.
This is not precision
100%
engineering, folks.
You are correct. They should have had a plus or minus factor there.
Right.
Hey, here's a 78 silver anniversary Corvette, and we're at $20,000, no reserve on this car.
Yeah, less than 4,000 miles on the odometer. We see these 78 Corvettes pretty regularly, but a lot of times they are the pace car configuration. Now, I had a couple of 78s, and I did not have a pace car or a silver anniversary. It was just painted a solid color.
Okay.
But it did have the 25th anniversary emblems on it. This is the silver anniversary color scheme, L82, the optional 350 with 220 horse, and yes, a 4-speed.
Hey, and it sold for $23,000. Love it.
Yeah, me too.
Well, next on the block here is going to be a Mercedes-Benz. That it's not a Chevy Biscayne. That is very clear.
Unless George Barris got his hands on it, but I doubt very much that's what happened.
Let's see and take a look about some of the details on this. It's
a little 230.
Yeah. 64.
Yep. 230. That's in that window of those small two-seat Mercedes-Benz convertibles that people absolutely adore. 2.3 liter underneath there with fuel injection, and this one with a manual transmission. And some of these are sometimes referred to the Pagoda series because of that very formal roofline there. And we'll see a bunch of these out in Monterey in August, I guarantee you that.
Oh, man. On the auction block, on the street,
yes.
In parking lots, yes. Everywhere. This is an early W113 Pagoda top, as you mentioned, Bill.
Yeah. Very well loved, these cars. Not particularly fast. They do not have any racing provenance at all. They were just an upper crust cruiser.
Yep.
For the aristocracy.
And people, the people that would buy this didn't really care about fast.
No,
they wanted the eyeball. They wanted the prestige.
Sure. No, Mercedes certainly could give them performance in another product line,
Sure.
but not this one.
All right, well, 50,000 won't meet the expectation. So the bid goes on. And we'll move on to the next car, which is a 73 Corvette convertible, as you can plainly see.
Yep. Yeah, they gave that 350 in there a little bit of an upgrade to 350 horsepower, which was not available in 1973, as you all know. Big power Corvettes are going to have to wait a while before they came back into fashion. It does have the Muncie 4-speed in there and a 370 posi rear end. And it's straight looking. We do have aftermarket wheels on there.
Interesting treatment to the rear bumper there. They blacked it out a little bit.
Yeah, probably had it powder coated or whatever.
Sure.
Give it a matte finish. And that's probably all the money. About 20,000 tops. That's what I would spend on it.
20. Now 22. 22,000. Anybody get 20 bid? Anybody get 20?
Not too radical. Just breathed on a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So 20,000.
All right. 20,000 it is. 1973 Corvette. So let's go to a 1966 Biscayne from Chevrolet now.
Oh, you know how I feel about big cars with big engines, and I think Chris gave us a look at this a little earlier.
He did.
It's got the L72, 425 horsepower, 427. 1966, that was the first year you'd get that engine in a Corvette. I had one, and those engines will scream. 4-speed too, red on the outside, red on the inside. But besides the quality of the restoration, it's that powertrain. I don't know what this has for gears. The consignor isn't letting us know, but you put a 411, the rear end of that Biscayne, and you're going to be public enemy number one.
Selling at no reserve as well. Look at that.
Yeah. Sleeper is right. I think that's what Chris called it.
He did, right.
Just those 427 flags on the front fenders. Those are the only things that give you any hint at all of what kind of trouble is lurking beneath that hood.
Wow. That's terrific. 70,000 bucks going to that gentleman's garage. Rally Sport, Super Sport, aka RSSS Camaro, 1969. That is next.
With a 396 with aluminum heads. So we got over 400 horsepower addition right there. See an air conditioning compressor over to the right. It's got AC in it. Automatic transmission. And that shifted with that shifter between the bucket seats. BF Goodrich TA radials. Turbine style aftermarket wheels. Solid black though, that paint. Well applied.
Now 42. Now 41. 2. 41. 42. 42. 43. 43. 42, 43, put
yeah,
it 3.
1969, a 396 had 3 flavors. A 325 horse, 360 horse, and 375 horse.
44 then, 44, make him 44. Ah, everybody wants 45. 44. 45!
Alex McLaughlin there with a very interested
There we go.
individual.
I think it knocked. There's one down.
He may have gotten it.
Got it.
Yes,
Thank you
indeed.
very much, sir.
And 45,000 buys that Camaro. Very cool. We will take a quick timeout here, about 90 minutes into our program today with you. Back with more from Houston in a moment.
Welcome back to Houston, everybody, for Mecum Auctions here at the NRG Center. And I am standing with two cars that at the time of their debut both sat atop the food chain as far as horsepower went. First, the 2018 Dodge Demon, when maximized, put out 840 horsepower. Now in 2023, with the debut of the D170, Dodge did something very cool. If you bought the 2018 Demon from the factory, you could get the same VIN in a D170, and you could get the same color combination. Both of these are done in pitch black over demonic red. Both are VIN 2979 out of the run of 3000. The D170 also powered by a 6.2-liter supercharged V8, but makes 1,025 horsepower. Now, same engine, how come so much more horsepower on the D170? Well, first of all, the D170 is engineered to run on ethanol, that E85 gasoline. Also, it's got a much larger supercharger, 3 liters versus 2.7 liters in the 2018 Demon. And finally, a larger throttle body, which is pumping a lot more air. Also, all the internals have been strengthened in order to handle all of that power that comes from running on E85. So once again, I think these will be sold back-to-back. Yes, 211 and 212 tomorrow on Saturday. So if you want to see something special in the Mopar world, go across the block, tune in for that. Scott?
Yeah, it's a good pair, no doubt about it. CJ, thank you very much, partner. And we'll catch those on Saturday tomorrow. We'll be here noon to 6 p.m. Eastern time.
I want to see that Demon come on the block and hike the front wheels up.
Yeah. We'll find somebody who could do that. In the meantime, how about this? On the block now, 2017 Corvette Grand Sport at no reserve.
The Grand Sport, magical term to Corvette lovers the world over. The Grand Sport debuted in 1963, race only, 5 of those. Grand Sport came back again 2010, 2013, and 2017, 2019. Let's not forget 1996.
Yep.
And 1 year only in that C4 generation. And here we are, 2017. This would have been the first year of that last 3-year run for the Grand Sport. And now we're going to get them in the C8s. This one, LT4, 6.2-liter, 7-speed manual transmission. Yep, it's got a 7-speed on the floor. Black everywhere. Quad exhaust tips, one of those things that really signifies mucho horsepower being dished by this vet. Yeah, the Grand Sport, traditionally, as we get into the later eras for these cars, were kind of like halfway between the Z06 and the ZR1. Just kind of took the features from both of those cars and kind of mixed it together, kind of become a tweener.
What's the, since we're talking about Grand Sport and you brought up the original 5 from 1963, if one of those were to come up on the block, as you see this one sell for 25, what's the ballpark? What do you think that would go with? Go for it.
People will say anywhere from 12 to 15 to maybe $20 million.
Yeah, okay. That seems about right. I mean, what do you judge it by?
Well, you don't have any comps, and the people that have them, I don't expect them to be auctioning them off.
Correct.
Anytime soon, but who knows?
Who knows? All right, C10 custom pickup here, 1970, Bill.
Another pickup truck done just a little bit differently than all of the others that come across here. This one, a ground-up build. That color, by the way, is sea pearl metallic over white. Very tasty. Black interior, and we're going to see how clean the undercarriage is on this truck. Look at that. How much time went into detailing all of the parts and pieces under there, from the floor pans to the frame rails, suspension, brakes, bottom of the engine, everything and it's not quite going to make reserve.
$65,000, and you might be able to catch it at home, but the pearl in that green and tan top, oh my goodness, it is deep.
A symphony of colors.
Yes, indeed. All right, a 1964 Fairlane 500. By the way, the high bid on that truck, if I didn't mention it, was $65,000. 64 Fairlane 500 here.
Yeah, and if it looks like a Ford Thunderbolt, well, that's the whole idea. This is the Thunderbolt replica. You know, we're talking about how much a Grand Sport would be worth. A 63, an original Thunderbolt with only 100 built is well into six figures. Yep. We've seen them as high as $500,000. And this one does not have the big 427 in it, 351 Windsor with an electronic fuel injection system. But it does have the original Thunderbolt ram air box. You probably got to look at that. It's got the reverse teardrop hood, as you can see that as well. C4 automatic transmission, and a bunch of the original Thunderbolts did have automatics, either 4-speeds or automatics. And the original Thunderbolt, boy, what a sensation on the drag strip. Those cars were tough to beat, with Ford's Total Performance campaign well underway, and some of the best drag racers in the country campaigning them. And we're talking about Georgia Shaker there, Dick Brannon, of course, Bill Lawton from Tasker Ford. Just a great period for factory drag racing. And this one, reserve is off, $31,000.
33. None. Thank you.
As a replica is concerned, does this check a lot of the boxes for you?
Yeah, I think the 351 is probably the biggest sidestep from an original Thunderbolt as far as I'm concerned.
All right, 32 grand buys it. On to a 2012 Boss 302 Laguna Seca edition.
Yeah, let's see where the bidding goes on these. These were, once again, a limited production for Ford. One of 767 that were built, and one of 613 that were produced in black. A little over 14,000 miles on the odometer, that 444 horsepower, 5-liter V8 with a 6-speed manual. And just as its name implies, Laguna Seca, this was a car that you could literally take to a track day and put it through its paces.
36, 37 pounds another head.
Got the window sticker, some other paperwork as well. It was a cover car for the 2012 Mustang Club of America calendar.
No, I can't. It's 10%.
37 pounds another. Honda down at 7. 36 down at 37.
Can't help it at all. It's 10%. We've had good bidders all over the house.
Of course, Laguna Seca, the famous racetrack out there, very near where we'll be in August.
Absolutely.
We're out there for the Mecum auction in Monterey.
I can do 33 grand.
36 pounds. 37 pounds. 38 pounds. 37.
I've got 37. We're still going up.
I'll do 37. 38 pounds.
I'll do 34,000.
Anybody else?
I'll burn a bunch of cars.
I understand. It just.
I know. Help me out.
35.
Okay, he finally says, yep, let's go ahead and take the reserve off at 37. And that is enough. That buys that Laguna Seca Boss 302.
As we like to say, the consignor came here to sell it.
Yes, he did. Here's a 1966 Chevelle.
Yeah, Scott, this is a cute little car. Nothing outrageous at all. In fact, the power plant's a little 283 mouse motor with a Power Glide automatic, power steering and brakes and windows and top. I put one of those retro sound systems in there. You see the engine right there. Some chrome dress-up goodies, valve covers, open element air cleaner. Rally wheels, red line tires. That's it. This is a budget build that looks like it cost a whole lot more than it really did. Just the way it's done. And the top is down to show off that red interior. Boy, that could be a calendar car.
37 pounds another. Anybody else? 30 pounds a bit. Anybody get 36,000?
Yeah, they're not trying to make it out to be anything that it isn't.
No, not an SS replica.
No.
Nothing. 396 badges. It is what it is, and it's good.
And $35,000 will be the high bid for the Chevelle. Here is a 1957 Bel Air, first of these that we've seen today. And this one looks a lot like it would have just after coming off the assembly line.
Oh, you're so perspicacious. Yes, that is exactly right. This has not fallen under the spell of a customizer or people in the Day 2 community. 283, first year for the 283 in the Chevy. There you see it. With a little 2-barrel carburetor, 3-speed manual, dual exhaust. And yeah, all original. See the interior? Boy, we've seen a lot of 57 Chevy interiors that look a lot like that one. Turquoise, white, color scheme, skirts, chrome exhaust tips, full wheel covers, and the wide white balls.
42 is the bid. Only one speaker on the package tray in the back, so that tells you even a little bit more about it.
One
potentially
speaker.
Yep. Mono.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, you're not going to be able to hear one of those Ginger Baker drum solos go from one side of the car to the other.
46. All done.
45 is the bid. The internet with Megan has the upper hand, and it's going to go online. That is pretty cool.
Leave it like that.
Oh man, don't touch it.
No.
Just drive it a little bit and enjoy it. Take it to the show.
That's it.
Man, what a cool car.
Yeah, buy a Hulk if you want to customize one. Go from there.
Yep. How about a 71 Mercury Cougar?
Oh, this is a sweet looking car. 71 Merc, 351 automatic. Lots of power stuff, including front disc brakes and steering. It's got the factory air. A bucket seat and console configuration inside, and that beautiful white finish. And that top is power as well. Magnum 500 wheels, chrome finish, and a deluxe Marty report. Boy, talk about don't touch anything. Man.
It's don't touch this car o'clock.
Oh, boy. And, this is a car that shouldn't really break the bank. We may be at the highest bid right now. We'll see what happens, but boy, this car looks twice, what it's selling for.
Yeah, absolutely. 21.5. Is that it? Yep, that's the number. That's really nicely done.
Yeah, that is that. That goes on our Sports Center top 10.
Boy, they're going to be very happy with that. Okay, from the Cougar now to a GTO 1969 edition.
Yeah, the first thing that pops out is they upgraded the wheels on this. It kind of went to an original looking GM mag, but it's aftermarket because it's a little bit wider. Got the 400 cube engine, 350 horse, automatic transmission. See the air conditioning compressor, so yep, it's got AC. Original window sticker, looked like the bill sheet there. There's the interior, limelight green, and green is the color combo. I see a hood tachometer as well. Like a Royal Bobcat sticker on the window there. Certainly not from Royal Bobcat. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to them some time ago, but boy, their legend lives on. 17-inch Rally 2 style alloy wheels, as I mentioned. And PHS documents.
Now offering F-123, a 2008 Mercedes-Benz COK.
All right, the handshake, Paul Guck helping out. $43,000 buys that GTO. Another one in the books here at Houston. Back with more coverage live on ESPN Plus after the break. Well, a collection that you will not want to miss is coming to Indianapolis next month at Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic, the M Group collection. 41 vehicles, 9 Ferraris, 6 Porsches, a terrific mix of vintage and modern muscle and performance. Bugatti, McLaren. As mentioned, the Ferraris, they're all part of that M Group collection, and that is coming to Indianapolis. We are very, very pleased to have a couple from that group here with us in Houston, Bill Stevens.
Yeah, I was just out there, and they have a Speedtail in that collection name. A McLaren Speedtail. How often do we see those? Not very.
F40 here, another Ferrari next door, all part of that M Group collection. Boy, oh boy, is it spectacular or magnificent. M for magnificent.
I'll go with that.
In this case. All right, let's pick up what's happening for you on the block right now here in Houston, and we'll get back to the action with a 2014 Camaro Super Sport. And the breaking news regarding the Camaro is that after a couple of years away, they're going to be back, apparently. Still some question marks, but maybe a target date of 2027 production with a 2028 model. Who knows?
And not a complete shock to us. We've kind of been anticipating maybe it would happen.
Exactly.
Looks like it might now.
Yeah. That broke a couple days ago. High bid here, $30,000 on this car, Bill.
I can't get into everything that's been done with this. This is full house all the way. Well over 500 horse, a car for the street or the drag strip. It is a monster.
And in case you missed it, high bid of $30,000. So we'll move to a 1970 Chevelle next with a 396 there under the hood.
Yeah, you know, they only built 889 of these SS 396 drop tops in 1970, professionally restored. The L34, 350 horse, 396. Remember, in 1970, the big dog was the LS6 at 454, so this was kind of underappreciated by a lot of people. It does have an M40 3-speed automatic transmission with a heavy-duty 12-bolt rear end with posi gears, 331s. Optional F41 suspension. Beautifully presented. Power steering. Original SS steering wheel has still survived. They added air conditioning to this car, and that cost a few bucks, over $6,000 to get it in there properly. So yeah, there's some money behind this automobile.
80 pounds, another bid goes on at 80.
Take a look here at F126.
High bid of 80 grand. That is a beautiful car.
Mm-hmm.
Love this C10 from 1970.
I do too, because it's not showing all its hands. It kind of looks pretty original from the outside, but power-wise, GM Stage 1 long block, 350 with 390 horsepower, 700 R4 automatic, digital gauges, new pieces as well in the maintenance items like the water pump and the hose fittings, wood bed, polished hardware, new power steering pump, installed that last year, and a new exhaust system also went in last year as well. Braking system, that was recently rebuilt. So you're basically getting a new 1970 Chevy C10 pickup truck with all of the replacement items that went into it during the restoration.
32 pound, 35. Close bid, 32 pounds, and a bid goes on at
32. They were asking for 35 there at the end, but 32 will be the number that they take, that truck takes to the bid goes on. And that's the high mark for now. So a 72 Camaro, completely redone here, Bill.
I'm going to give this pro touring status, at least right now. It certainly has plenty of power. Supercharged 6.2-liter LSA, BTR Stage 3 cam, Tremec 5-speed manual. Inside, we've done some restitching in there, haven't we, huh? Look at that. The black with the red stitching, the red inserts. See the shifter there, heading down to that Tremec TKO 6000. Yep, does have vintage air, power steering, Detroit locker, all specially fabricated parts and pieces throughout, including the strong arms, tubular front control arms, Ride-Tech coil-over suspension. There's more and more and more. They welded the subframe connectors, Flowmaster exhaust. I think that qualifies for Pro Touring.
I was going to say, you could keep going, but you've already gotten far enough with enough of those boxes to check for Pro Touring. High bid of $80,000. By the way, that is Porsche Fashion Gray on the exterior. Very nicely chosen paint scheme, and the seats and everything just ties it all together. What a beautiful build that is. Okay, here is the little 55 3100 5-window that we previewed for you a little bit earlier in the day today. Little inline 6, frame-off restoration, 4-speed. What a beauty.
Let's go back to that frame-off restoration that took 20 years. Started in 2002. They wrapped it up in 2022. Yeah, that is that 235 cubic inch inline 6 that this little truck probably came with. Don't know if that is the original engine, but that's what they were equipped with. Rochester carbs, got a 4-speed manual. Saw the interior. There's the beautiful treatment of the hardwood bed with the rub strips. Meticulous presentation. Selling at no reserve.
40 grand, 42, 40 grand, 42, 40 bid, 100 now, negative 42.
That 5-window gets its name because it has indeed 5 windows. The 2 on the outside of the rear kind of give it that interesting little configuration that a lot of folks love.
I call these a split window truck.
Okay. That works.
Get it? Yeah.
Yes, indeed. All right, time to wrap that up. And as we do, that puts the finishing touches on our second hour with you today. And with that, let's go over to Shannon Spake.
Yeah, I have this 1970 Chevy Camaro Z28 that really caught my eye, and it did so because of the color of this car. It is a citrus green, not a very popular purchase color. So when you find one, it's really, really cool to see it. The color is very beautiful, but take a look. It is a V8, so it's got a big motor in there, but the inside, oh my goodness, if you just open this car, they have kept it so beautiful. And it also has green inside to match the citrus green on the outside. Cool thing about the 1970, I was just reading about it, they actually weren't released until late February. So it was it was called a 70 and a half year, 1970 and a half model. But this car is very beautiful. The citrus green, or maybe a spring green, because it came out, you know, in the springtime, will really catch your eye when it is out on the street, and it's gonna come your way very shortly, guys. And we'll be back very shortly as well here at Mecum Houston. We've got so many cool things happening, so many great cars crossing the block. Don't miss a second of our coverage here on ESPN Plus.
That's a look down the 303 staging lane here at the NRG Center in Houston as we kick off hour number 3 today with you on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens here in the booth. Just above the red carpet, Chris Jacobs, Shannon Spake out and about for us today. And look at this. We kick off a new hour with a 64 Corvette convertible bidding at $57,000 here, Bill Stevens.
This is the quintessential entry-level C2 Corvette.
Ding, 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 ding.
Base engine, 250 horse, 327 with a 4-speed. Satin silver exterior, great color. You see the knockoff wheels, the side exhaust, the red interior, all presented in very original condition, and it just sells for less than $60,000.
You know, though, even at that number 57, that tells you how good that car is. It's got that little mouse motor, and nothing pretentious about it, but wow, 57 grand.
Right. And, you know, again, not a powerhouse, not a street rat, just a good little cruiser.
Yep, indeed. Okay, C10 from 1969 here.
Oh,
look out.
Money went into that. You see that big intake there, throwing all of that intake into that 5.7 liter LS1 V8. And a lot of detailing went into that engine room. Inside, we see It has been all refurbished. Wood steering wheel. The restitched bench seat. You see that? 3-point seat belts in there as well. Retro sound Bluetooth car stereo.
Okay. All right.
Oak wood. Got the polished slats there. Deep, dark black paint. Black interior that just go together so well.
You see the slats in the tailgate? It's just like one piece of metal there. You can go all the way through it.
Yeah, that's that old classic louver kind of treatment you saw in the old hot rods.
We're in at 42.
That's labor intensive to get those in there all evenly.
Got the reserve off. All right, see if anyone else bids. We're in at 42.
Not gonna win here. Not gonna win 45 pounds. It
Truck's
is.
off
Not
the
gonna
block.
win 45 pounds.
Sold it. All right, we got it. Good work.
Kyle is proud.
There you go. $42,000.
We'll be reaching out shortly with the
And that is headed toward the person on the other end of that telephone line.
Yeah, that's street and show.
Well, in the kind of that same vein, here is a Z28 from 1969. You can show this one off about anywhere.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, the Cortez Silver with the black rally stripes. And it's got the DZ suffix 302, 290 horse. I'm just going to read between the lines. Probably not a numbers matching powertrain, but it is correct. 4-speed manual like all the 69s he's had from the factory. And the 12-bolt rear end. And I like to point out, back during this time period, it was not automatic. The muscle cars had 15-inch wheels. So many of them had 14-inch wheels from the factory, but 69 Z28s did have 15-inch wheels right from the assembly line.
Hand side, 75 pound. In 5, out of about 5. Last call, yo, 5. Out of about 5.
There you get a good look. Raised white letter, aftermarket Goodrich, radial TAs.
72,000, strong money there for that Z28. You know, we talk a lot about those wheel sizes, 15s, and sometimes even bigger than that. They still, I mean, without going overboard, still they look right. They still look good in a car that, as you mentioned, would have originally had 14s.
Yeah,
perhaps.
Right. The other cars in the Chevy lineup, even the Chevelles, 14-inch wheels from the factory, but the Z's, they got that bump.
All right, here's another C10 pickup, totally worked over, customized here. This one from 1968.
Oh, there's a word that I love to use when describing an engine. Supercharged. LS. Magnuson Supercharger 4L70E automatic transmission with a 12-bolt rear end. And our buddies at House of Color provided the Elkhart Lake Blue.
Oh,
yeah. What a smoothie, huh? Door handles, emblems, everything removed. Nothing in the way of bright work on the outside. Got air ride system underneath with dual pumps. Stainless steel exhaust.
That's the, I believe that's the same Elkhart Lake Blue that you can find on a C8 Corvette.
I think you may be right, unless House of Color, copyrighted their own Elkhart Lake Blue, but you're right.
That's true.
That looks pretty close to what the Vets have.
Mm-hmm.
Vintage air, custom sound system.
Look at
the flush-mounted glass without moldings, without any stainless.
Oh, right. Good call.
Yeah, so smooth looking.
Little trick, little bitty mirrors on the side. No chrome, front and rear. That's a cool little build, man.
Sure is. Let's hope somebody the bid goes on and makes an offer.
Got to be 85 or more.
Yeah.
Okay, here is a Mercury Monarch next from 1956. Something a little bit different.
Yeah, Mercury, Ford, Chevy, Plymouth, Pontiac, all kind of trying to take the high ground here in the family sedan category. Some 2-door, some 4-door. This one with that 312 Y-block engine. This was built in Canada, by the way. Automatic transmission, power steering and power brakes. Town and country radio, dual spotlight mirrors, and you see the Continental spare tire carrier in the back and the heavy tint on the glass. You can see how that just kind of gives it almost kind of like a, I don't know, a privacy feel inside that car to have that heavy tinted glass.
Well, this one reaches a high bid and a sale price of $25,000. And the next car, don't adjust your set. They may have taken the paint out of the same bucket, but this is a 1955 Chevy Bel Air. How about this for a bookend with that Monarch?
I know, a little upgrade here. Got a 350 cubic inch small block in there with a lot of powder coating.
Wowzers.
Chrome and stuff. Look at that. Valve covers, intake manifold, fittings, things like that. Automatic transmission, and that is controlled by the steering column shifter. Yeah, again, I mentioned how during this time period, how all of the manufacturers are going after that kind of that family-friendly sedan body style and configuration. And this was what Chevy was doing. Of course, in '55, Chevy went to the V8. They went to a 12-volt electrical system, and they were very hard to beat during this time period in terms of sale. I think Ford and Chevy were kind of flip-flopping through that whole decade as to who had the #1 selling car coming out of Detroit, at least in the full-size category. They put some air conditioning in this one with a tilt steering column, dual exhaust, and those are U.S. mags. Right in all four corners.
15,000. 14's the bid. 15,000 bid. Got an 903 at 15,000 bid. 59, 50.
50,000. 50.
49, 50,000 bid. 58,000. I'm going to be 50, 49 bid. 50,000 bid. I'm going to be 50, 50 bid. 51, 51, 51,000.
One more time. One more time. Don't lose it. All done. Thank you. Sold. Thank you.
All right, how about that? And even 50 grand for that 55 Bel Air. Very cool. We'll take another break here. Our coverage live on ESPN Plus will continue in a couple of minutes. Stay right where you are. Oh, really good to have you with us here on this Friday in Houston. Terrific crowd on the Friday at the NRG Center as we roll on with our live coverage here on ESPN Plus. It's time for our NPD preview. You know, NPD, National Parts Depot, celebrating 50 years of passion, quality, and service. And they are the largest restoration parts supplier in the industry. And for our preview, let's check in with CJ, Chris Jacobs.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, you mentioned terrific crowds, well, terrific cars as well. And this one certainly fits the bill. 1969 Camaro SS, and you're getting a look at the preferred powertrain under the hood. That is a 396 turbojet, making 325 horsepower. This is mated to a Muncie M20 4-speed manual transmission, burgundy exterior, and then get a look at this interior. White houndstooth. How good does that look? Modern steering wheel, SS badge on the horn button. You see the gauge console in there. All the SS goodies all over this car. And swing around to the back here. I just want to show you one quick thing also. Very cool. A Texas plate from 1969. All the vintage flavor. Just looks so good on this SS. And as we swing around to the front, I'm going to let Brother Bill take it over and tell us what you need to do to make your Camaro special.
Well, you know there's got to be countless people restoring their 69 Camaros. And before they get started, that's the book that they need, the NPD catalog specifically for Camaros. Our good buddy Rick Schmidt, the Chief Operating Officer for NPD. He's the biggest car guy I've ever met, so you know that catalog is going to have everything you're going to need.
Yes, indeed. There's the website. You can also call them. They'll actually pick up the phone, and they are open 24/7. That's our NPD preview for today. We move on to a 91 Dodge Ram 150 that's on the block right now. You see the Power Wagon badging paint on the side.
Yeah, big dude, flexing. Look at that. Power-wise, just a little 318, however. A little bit of a surprise there with so many bigger Mopar engines available. But very clean installation, automatic transmission, 4-wheel drive, power brakes and steering, AC, and of course the lift kit that gives it that high altitude look. 33-inch general grabber tires with an aggressive tread. And it's ready for the mountains, the trails, or the mud bogs. You decide.
All right, somebody's decided that 26 will be a reasonable number, and they will take that Power Wagon home. And next, we get to do a little double clicking on this 2017 Bentley Bentayga.
Yeah, so the word went out. Bentley is going to build an SUV. Oh, sorry.
Are you okay over there?
I'm okay, because that was kind of like the common reaction when word of that spread. But look what they did. Oh, these are so luxurious and spacious and powerful. 600 horsepower W12, 6-liter twin turbo engine. That automatic transmission hooked to the 4-wheel drive, the panoramic sunroof. This color is gold. May not look really that gold on your TV screens, but go with me on this. That's gold with a beautiful kind of a light beige tan interior. All the options on this. A very pricey automobile when it debuted. MSRP well into 6 figures. This one now coming up on, let's see, almost 10 years.
Yeah, next year.
Yep.
Tell you what, as you see 52 on the high bid, you and I were talking about this before the show today after our meeting, and the preponderance of car manufacturers who are now building these, and even maybe, dare we say, the Corvette might be in that territory.
They have
sometime.
discussed it. It is a conversation that's going on. But you know, when Porsche decided to build an SUV, you knew that that was going to spread like backwoods wildfire.
Very true. All right, Z28 from 1970. Now, Gen 2.
Yeah, I think this is the one that Shannon was telling us all about a little while ago. 350, as they all had back in 1970. Now, I won't get on my horsepower rant, because that same 350 in the Corvette and the LT1 in the Corvette made 370 horsepower, and in the Z28 made 360. I did sort of rant there, didn't I? And I said I would.
No, you were very calm and cool and collected. And
okay. Well, thank you for that. They put a Tremec in this. I like that. 5-speed Tremec. Power steering and brakes. 17-inch rally wheels. So much for the 14 and 15 inches. They upgraded with 17 inches with the BF Goodrich G-Force tires.
But see, even the 17s look like they were supposed to be on this car.
Yes. And you know what really helps is the low-profile tire around the larger diameter wheel. Yeah, so that is a kind of a spitting image of what the Z28 OEM wheel would look like. But the aftermarket takes that design and comes up with a 17-inch.
47 is the current bid.
I got that.
Any more there? Apparently not. So for the time being, we'll leave it at 47,000.
That's pretty close to market correct. I'm thinking over at Bid Goes On that we might be able to have a marriage coming up fairly soon.
Well, a big and important and very cool car to take a look at in the meantime, and I'm talking about a 58 Impala.
Oh, so much that makes this car important, Scott. 1958, first year for the Impala. This is the first year that you could get that engine, the 348, which, you know, went through a little bit of a transition eventually into the 409. This one with the tri-power setup, the optional 348 tri-power with close to 300 horsepower. Automatic transmission, has the original push-button radio in it. Wide white wall tires. These are radial tires on there now. Full-size wheel covers to keep that original look. Roman red, the red, black, and silver interior. 1 year only body style.
Wow, we're both shaking our heads.
Yeah.
37 is the bid.
Take it two. 40's back there. 42,000 a bid. 42. 40. Where'd he go? There he is. I got a bit of a 2. 42. Hit 2. I'm got 1, 2. 41, 2. And I'm got a bit of a 2. 2. We're picking the short rows.
I believe the Impala in 1958 was a trim level, and it became its own model soon thereafter. You're fact checking me.
You sure you want to get 43?
I'm not doubting you. I'm just
I'm glad when you do that.
Curiosity.
I don't want to misinform people.
No, I know.
Yes or no, 43.
You know, with all the facts and figures and stats that I have to have in my head occasionally. Right?
Horsepower and all that.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, little things like that.
Yeah. 42. Raise your bid to 47. You own the car right now.
42 doesn't
Well,
work.
I think
You bid 47.
I believe, according to this, it was its own model in 1958.
47 is your car.
Yeah.
Okay.
Car be all yours. $47,000.
47. You want it?
2 is bid, but the Mecum rule
47 will
is
take
in
it.
effect. So if the guy in the upper left-hand corner bids 47, by virtue of the Mecum rule, he'll own the car.
All right, hey, give me 45. Give 45, it'll sound better.
Oh my God. Whatever you'll do.
Give
if you want to
45.
get the 47, how many people think you just give the 47 and end it?
Well, the crowd wants him to do the Mecum rule for sure. But he's going to go 45.
Because he just raised his offer to 45.
So we'll see if they can meet in the middle here.
Can I have a moment?
Have you all seen
Please.
this before?
The 1958 Chevy Impala was introduced as a top-of-the-line trim level package for the Bel Air, not a separate model line.
$46,000.
Okay.
So I don't know what you were using to look it up, but
Blue book.
Give me a marker.
Blue.
I'll fix
The blue book.
I'll fix that.
$46,000 and a half. Think your help. Sold 45.
Hey, we're going to sell it.
Well, it worked. Good on that man right there. $45,000. He'll walk out of here with that 58 Impala.
Right, the Bel Air, one of the Impala trim level. I know. I'm taunting you now. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take a number. 2006 Aston on the block here. It's a Vanquish S.
Oh, I hate to use the term bad boy. This is a bad boy, that Vanquish. 5.9 liter, 520 horsepower, V12. Oh, a lot of work to bring this car back, the restoration, maintenance work on this with gaskets and some of the hoses, belts, things like that, all brought back. Black exterior, black leather inside, that aluminum body. Owner's manuals and books. Very pricey car when this was for sale back in 2006. And now it's kind of coming back to the wheelhouse of a lot of people, and this car's not been overdriven, just over 42,000 miles.
Well, it got from 50 to 62 pretty quickly, but has stalled there. So 62
F151
will be the high bid.
Chevelle SS.
And they have gone ahead and moved on to the next car while they effort getting that Aston Martin off the center of the block. So I guess the bidding stalled and the car stalled.
And the car stalled.
It happens occasionally. I mean, a lot of these cars have been sitting for quite some time.
Yep.
And we'll move on, as mentioned, to 72 Chevelle Super Sport. This is your top of the show car, Brother Bill, the one that really kind of grabbed your attention. Tell me why.
Oh, it's a pretty car, first of all. It is a 454. Of course, it's not the big horsepower 454. By 1972, this would have been the top of the line 454, the LS5, 270 horsepower. And remember now, in 72, we were rating horsepower at the rear wheels, not the flywheels, so that made a difference in what the horsepower ratings look like. But this one's been upgraded a little bit with a an upgraded cam, and also LS6 heads and the LS6 aluminum high-rise intake manifold, all connected to that Turbo 400 automatic transmission and a posi rear end, 12-bolt with 331 gears.
That had a little bit of a grunt to it, didn't it?
A little bit, yeah.
That was nice.
I liked it. Hey, you know what? The louder the better, if you ask me. No, that noise did not come from the car, however.
That's the air horn down at the other end telling everybody there's a phone bidder in the mix.
Yeah.
Just so you know.
No, but you can see why I was impressed with this car, Scott.
Oh, sure. No question.
It's got the look.
No question about it.
Cowl induction hood, got the rally stripes.
The right wheels and tires.
Yes, it's got those Super Sport wheels. Yep. Yeah, we're creeping up. Let's get into the 60s. And then we'll have something to talk about. Frank's already, he's working to try to get a sale, and he does.
Boom.
Attaboy.
Yep.
Oh!
62.
16 pounds, 62 to bid. Hit 2, not going to the 2 here, not going to the 2, down time, you 2, bid 2. Hit 2, not going to the 62, not going to any better, not going to 2, not going to 100, not going to the 62. Hit 1 to bid, not going to the 2 here, 9.5. Sutter, 16 pounds, sold, 16 pounds.
Okie doke, $61,000.
Nice.
Well chosen there, partner.
Well, I love it when a car like that sells. Someone who's going to really get some enjoyment from ownership.
That'll be fun. Okay, right behind the Chevelle is a K5 Blazer, 1980 vintage.
Oh, how this market has caught fire. Even the original trucks, of course, we see modified ones come through pretty regularly, and that's a white-hot market. But this one, this one hasn't had really very much in the way of modifications. It's got the 350 in it, and they detailed the engine bay and the undercarriage as well. Automatic transmission. It's a Silverado package. Rally red, Arctic white on the outside, the plaid interior. Good look there. Suspension lift kit, rally wheels, and 33-inch all-terrain tires. And it's got that Oreo paint job. We got color and then the cream filling and a little more color on the bottom. Boy, God, so many of these trucks were the victims of neglect and indifference for so long.
Oh, yes.
You know what I mean? Just,
completely.
Behind houses and in barns and whatever. And boy, when people rediscovered these trucks, boy, it became a growth industry to restore these and bring them back.
Almost overnight.
Yeah.
What? 41. What the heck? 42. Thank you. 42.
Prompted a lot of folks to wonder what were we thinking to let them just go to the dogs.
Yeah.
It was 39 something.
Yeah,
right?
they were just rust buckets for so long.
There we go.
42 pounds to the bid.
Okay, the reserve off here on this Blazer.
42 pounds.
Oh, he's mad over there.
42. Not going to be charity all done. 42 pound bet. Going to be better. Going to be 2 here. 9.5. Sold 41. Sold 41.
Congratulations, buddy.
There we go. All right, I think that was Travis Delzell helping out with that sale there. Anyway, 41,000. New owner for that Blazer. And with that, we'll step away for a couple of minutes, and our live coverage here on ESPN Plus will continue after the break.
Welcome back to Mecum Houston. It is Friday, and we are in the middle of what I would call sports car heaven. I mean, take a look. We've got Ferraris, we've got Corvettes, but nothing says sports car like a red, or let me look at the exact color, the Rosso Chiaro. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing that. It's beautiful red is what it is. It is a Ferrari Dino 248 GTS. I'm going to let you handle this, Chris, because I don't even know where to start with this one.
We'll brush up on our Italian later.
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Yeah, you said it. 1973 Dino GTS 246. Now, Ferrari's very helpful in knowing what the engine is by saying 246, a 2.4 liter V6 mid-mounted. And yeah, done up in that beautiful red over the saddle. Not a lot of these cars were made. And take a look at the engine right here. That is that V6, designed by Ferrari, manufactured by Lotus. But take a look right here on this stamping, Dino 246. Now, a lot of people refer to these cars as Ferraris, but it only says Ferrari on this car in one spot, and that is right here on this door jamb. That is the only spot where it says Ferrari in this entire car.
Ciao, Bella. Ciao, Bella. There we go.
I might have said it was manufactured by Lotus. Of course, I meant Fiat. Designed by Ferrari, manufactured by Fiat in the engine compartment. But yeah, an unbelievable car that has just skyrocketed in value over the last couple decades, and we're going to see what this one goes for tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
It's a beauty, yes indeed, Chris. One of a number of really good Ferraris, in this case the Dino, here in Houston. And we'll catch that tomorrow. Thank you guys very much. Back to the block here in real time with a 67 Grand Prix convertible.
So special because the only year you could get a convertible in a Grand Prix, 1967. They only made a little over 5,800 of these. This one with a GTO engine, which is original, the same engine, the 400 cube, 350 horse, V8, automatic, power steering, power brakes, factory air. Look at the presentation on this car. Even with the top up, I'm going for it. It looks great. 8 lug wheels, PHS documents.
And a high bid of $27,000. So we move on, Bill, to another Bentley here, a 2009 Continental Flying Spur Speed.
Advertised as one of the fastest production cars on planet Earth back in 2009, the Speed. They also had the Super Sport, but those cars had this engine, the 600 horsepower W12 6-liter twin-turbo engine with automatic transmission and all-wheel drive. This one is the big dude, the 4-door version, the Flying Spur. All the extras, all the options, all of the stuff that makes these cars so exclusive. Very pricey when new. This one close to 23,000 miles on the clock. And still a lot of luxurious driving straight ahead.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, brother.
$29,000 buys that Bentley. Did you have a chance to count the spokes there, Bill?
There are 12 spokes.
Good for you.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That was right. Just guessed.
That was pretty quick.
That was.
I thought you should have told me that you just guessed. I was totally impressed.
Okay.
All right. We move on. 1968 C10 here. And some work done on this truck. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. The cavalcade of custom pickups continues as we go to the glamour era, 1968 to 72. This is a 68, red on the outside, 10 on the inside. It's got that step side body style in the bed. It's got an LS swap in it, the 5.3 4L60E automatic. And looks great. You don't need me to describe this truck. It just speaks for itself. Look at that.
Wish you would. I caught a glimpse of it just for a split second. That engine room looks fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really sanitary and well done.
Yep. Ready for television.
Well, not ready to go to a new home just yet. High bid of $45,000. So they'll tackle that at the bid goes on desk while we investigate this 1956 Chevy 150 utility sedan, Bill. And you and I saw this in our preview monitor during the commercial break. Saw it getting ready to come up. Both of us loved it, but there's more to the story.
So much more to the story. Usually when we see a 56 Chevy that has this kind of exterior finish, we're expecting a hot rod, we're expecting something modified. That is the original, correct, 265 cubic inch V8 with the 2.4 barrel carburetors, making 225 horsepower. And folks, this is a Washington State patrol blue paint scheme. This is what a police car would have looked like back in 1956. They've got a high lift cam in it, a high lift for 1956, that is. 3-speed overdrive manual transmission, and in a private collection since 2014.
Wow.
But just dripping with originality and reaching close to $100,000 right now.
Entry-level Chevy in 56.
Yeah.
The 150.
Right.
It's a post car.
Yep.
But boy, oh boy, look at that.
Yeah, not the entry-level engine. Isn't that interesting, too?
No, true.
You know, it's got that dual quad 265.
Well, get a good look at it. You are not likely to see another one that matches it.
No. Both in equipment and condition.
Correct. Yeah, $90,000. That's got to be a six-figure car for sure. All right, a C1 Corvette is up next.
Is this our first C1 Corvette today?
Yeah, it is.
Well, a great way to start off. We got a 61 Corvette with that 283 fuel-injected engine. That's the 315 horsepower 283. That would have been the upper-level fuel-injected engine. T10 4-speed manual. We've seen this color so many times on Corvettes and full-size Chevys. It's Roman red, white coves. This has got the heater and defroster and the factory radio, the AM and FM in 1961. Now, if you had an FM radio in 1961,
you were living large.
I know, but it'd take you a while to find a station.
Probably.
Just the colleges, for the most part, had FM radio stations.
Very true. Yeah.
Yeah, lots of work went into the restoration of this car, and $85,000 won't buy it.
Nope. Yeah, I used to work at one of those college state, WAJC, Butler University, 104.5.
My first radio job was WTBS at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
Oh, no kidding.
And Ted Turner bought those call letters, WTBS.
Yeah. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Good little trivia.
Goes along with my pizza making and all the other things we pointed out today.
Here's a 72 C10 as the cavalcade of pickups rolls on.
Oh, we've got some effort in that engine room. That's a 454 right there. And I'm going to guess it's probably putting out over 400 horsepower. Holley 4-barrel, a Merlin aluminum high-rise intake, chrome pieces as well, well detailed. Not only the engine, but the engine bay and the undercarriage. Transmission, yep, it's an automatic. MSD ignition. You got the aluminum radiator. Inside, digital gauges from Dakota to vintage air. So much more. Don't have time to get into it because it's going to the bid goes on.
And so the high bid there at 40, and you can maybe already hear this 2018 Mustang Cobra Jet 50th anniversary car coming to the block here.
Only 68 were made. We are commemorating the anniversary of the original 1968 Cobra Jet Mustangs that were a sensation in drag racing. That was Ford's doomsday weapon, and boy, it won a lot of races. So they built this to celebrate the 50th anniversary. The 68 Mustang Cobra Jet debuted at the NHRA Winter Nationals, and I remember it too. Al Joniak won his class, but Dino Don Nicholson was there. All of the Ford hot shoes running those cars all collaborated and just absolutely blew everything away. Ford's total performance was definitely in its heyday. 3-speed automatic racing transmission. It's got Cook's headers in it. 4-link rear suspension. Strange engineering, low drag disc brakes on it. NHRA certified that roll cage. Race red with 50th anniversary graphics and badging. You'll see the drag chute in the back and the wheelie bar. Ready to race. This is the car that helped launch the factory showdown in the NHRA. These cars, the Camaros, and those drag pack Dodges all made such a splash and still popular today. Can't sell it though, not this time, Scott.
Well, I think they're still working on it. 87.
Oh, a little premature here. Good. Maybe we will.
Oh, hey, look at that.
I didn't put my Hungarian gypsy grandmother's curse on it. It's going to sell. I'm thrilled.
That might have been her with the bid.
Might have been.
How's she doing, by the way? We haven't heard about her in a little while.
She's very busy these days. She just got back from the Olympics.
Was she hanging with Snoop?
She was there with all her buds. Now she's in Augusta.
Oh, angelic. Okay, this one hammers at $88,000. Very cool. More cars still to come as we roll on from H-Town. Coming up.
Welcome back, everybody. I am on the red carpet right now, which is right where you enter and go into the auction arena. But on your way there, I hope you stop here at my favorite spot, the Dodge booth. And I am in between two fantastic examples of the SRT program, one being the 2018 Dodge Demon, making 840 horsepower. And over to my left is the 2023 Challenger Black Ghost Tribute Edition, making 807 horsepower. So horsepower, the Demon's got a little bit of an advantage. Rarity, the Black Ghost has the advantage. They made 3,000 of the Demons, only 300 Black Ghosts. And my favorite touch on this Black Ghost is up here on the roof, the simulated gator grain top, which pays homage to Godfrey Qualls' misorder. It came from the factory with the gator grain top. He did not order it that way, however. White stripe around the back, black on black, of course. And wow, if I had to choose between the two, I gotta go with the Black Ghost, just for its rarity, for the backstory, what it is a tribute to. If you don't know who Godfrey Qualls is, look him up, especially if you're a Mopar guy, because you will love that story. Both of these cars will be crossing the block tomorrow here in Houston. Scott?
All right, very good, CJ. Thank you very much. Dodge, of course, the official motor vehicle manufacturer sponsor of Mecum Auctions. On the block, just off the block right now on our mat is a 61 Impala bubble top.
Yes, sir. Another LS swap, the LS3, the 6.2, 460 horse with the 4L60 automatic transmission. Air ride suspension, vintage air, custom stereo, digital dash, all good stuff. So that tweaked LS3 and that automatic transmission will give you the ride of your life.
See Clint Hunter there walking behind the car, going right to left on your television. Clint just did the 50-yard dash to run down there and get the consignor to lift the reserve, and we just sold the car at $69,000.
Well done, sir.
He needs an oxygen mask.
Yeah.
Good work. All right, now to a 2014 Corvette on the block here. 2014, big year. Massive design changes for the Corvette to open up that C7 year, Bill. That C7 generation, I should say.
Yeah. My good friend Tom Hill, who was part of the engineering team at Chevy when this car was being built, took me for my first ride in a C7 Corvette at Fun Fest that Mike Yeager has, of course, out at his great facility in Effingham, Illinois. And he said only one part was carried over from the C6 into the C7. I think he said it was a latch for the top or something.
So basically just an afterthought part, right?
Yes, absolutely. All brand new everything on the C7. And yes, this was the first year. And JK and I were out at the Peterson Museum out in LA for the unveiling on the west coast of the C7 Corvette. What a night that was. But this one has the 7-speed manual, 460 horsepower in 2014. Pretty impressive then, but little did we know where the horsepower was going to go in the C7 Corvette. By 2019, the ZR1 was pushing 755, so a lot happened between 2014 and 2019.
Yeah, it sure did.
Yeah. That's Velocity Yellow. It's got the 3LT package, including the head-up display. painted calipers, and it is gonna sell.
It just did at 48.5. Fantastic car.
All the way.
Well, here is a 2025 F-150 Black Widow SR. Or maybe that's Black Widow Senior. I had never seen it Black Widow Junior, so.
You're overthinking it. It is
I know,
SR.
yes.
Yeah. This is an aftermarket truck built by Fox Factory, formerly SC8 Performance, with only 108 miles on it since that big, you might say, makeover, because they started with an F-150.
I think makeover is fair.
I think so. 710 horse out of that supercharged 5-liter, and 600 pound-feet of torque with a 10-speed automatic.
Wowzers.
Yep. Yeah, that truck will not hook up unless you put the Mormon Tabernacle Choir in the bed. It's just going to vaporize those tires.
Oh. Yeah, that's an amazing machine there at $60,000. I think that was the number for it. Yeah, I think that was also a conditional, might have been a conditional sale, but 60,000 regardless was the high number. And now we go to a 2025 Shelby GT350.
One of 562 built by Shelby American with that blown 810 horsepower Coyote. 5-liter engine with a Whipple supercharger. 11 miles so far on it. Automatic transmission, Oxford white, black stripes, GT350 graphics. Whole lot of automobile you're looking at right now. You drive that car, you fear no man. Got the spoiler on it, front and rear lowering spring sway bars, giving it that lean, hungry look, 10-spoke alloys. And we're at $110,000.
115. 115 pound under David.
I'm really upset that Carroll Shelby passed away before he could see 800 horsepower Mustangs bearing his name. Oh, he'd be a happy man.
Yes.
His first Shelby GT350 at 306. Who knew?
And, you know, that was a rocket ship almost back in its day, huh?
3 SCCA B production championships.
Right.
It could go.
All right. Bid goes on at 110. And we look at a 66 Impala next.
Yeah, an 0427 sitting in the engine bay, but how about a 396? Yeah, that's the 325 horsepower 396. Odometer reads almost 31,000 miles. That's the matching number engine, by the way, with a Power Glide automatic transmission. Can you imagine having a big block 396 and that little 2-speed Power Glide behind it? Well, it's also got the 12-bolt rear end, so that's got plenty of beef on it. Artesian turquoise, black vinyl top, and a turquoise interior to match. Yeah, we're not going to get there.
Yep, 40,000 will be the high bid for that Impala. Rolling up next, 1969 Camaro Super Sport. Look familiar? Yep, should be. That's the NPD preview car that Chris and you, Bill, discussed with us a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and yet another 325 horsepower 396 in this Camaro. 4-speed manual. That's the wide ratio Muncie M20. And it's got just a fantastic lineup of standard and optional features. Factory tack, factory clock, factory console with gauges, the Hurst shifter. Got the shoulder harnesses, power steering. Updated wheel opening trim. Those wheel opening moldings, by the way, those are usually the first things to get dinged when you drive these on the street and you park them anywhere. Those little stainless moldings over the wheel wells are so defenseless, and these have been replaced.
Yeah, what really caught my eye about this car, Bill, is that white houndstooth interior. It looks so great against that exterior color. And I was a little surprised that they went with an aftermarket steering wheel in this car. I thought that they would stay completely stock appearing on the inside.
Yeah, get a
That was
teakwood
really the only
wheel.
upgrade besides the vintage air that I could find.
No, right. A real wooden wheel would have been perfect.
Well, I bid of $57,000 for that Camaro. Back with more from Houston and the NRG Center coming up.
He might be doing baseball.
Welcome back to Mecum Houston. And you are taking a look at some of the fantastic cars from the Peter Swainson collection. 15 cars, all Mopars, including a 71 Hemi GTX. Rare upon rare for that one. They will be coming to Indianapolis, part of the Dana Mecum 39th Original Spring Classic next month in Indy.
Scott, I was there.
Yes.
To preview it, I think I died and went to heaven.
I'm sure you did, man.
It was spectacular.
Even there were only 15 cars, there's some heavy hitters.
Yeah.
This 70 K5 Blazer, Brother Bill, it's $70,000, and the reserve is off.
Yeah, nothing surprising here. Just a tasteful job of updating a 70 K5, 5.7 liter V8 automatic transmission. It's got air, power steering, power other stuff, and it also has the gavel at 70K.
Yes, indeed. That's right up there. That's in our top 5 for sure today.
Yep.
Now to a 55 Bel Air Custom.
All different. First of all, look at the blue paint job on the Chevy. There you see the inside of the engine bay. It's a stroker, 383, about 450 horsepower. They started with a GM Performance crate engine and then went from there, added aluminum heads, Demon 750 carb, automatic transmission. There's the interior. You see the diamond pattern on the seats. That's kind of a throwback. That's kind of retro looking right there. Got radiused wheel wells in the back. You know, that's something that, again, takes you back to the classic days of when these cars were drag raced and the racers would chop out those wheel wells so they could get those big racing tires underneath there. So that kind of takes everyone back to those days. I don't know what the name of that blue is, except it's Scott Hoke blue.
It's perfect. It's absolutely, that's really well done.
It is.
42 is the bid.
43.
Great little additions to this. 4-wheel disc brakes, Caltrax traction bars, inside autometer gauges, got the March Performance pulley system. Very popular upgrade there. Wow. A fraction of what it cost to build.
I believe that man is a Houston Astros fan. Shirt and ball cap.
Oh, yeah, he is a diehard.
Right on, and he'll love that car to go along with it. All right, 1967 Camaro is on the block right now.
Wow, so much has been done to this Camaro. A little deceiving, because you can tell that it's had some modifications, including the engine. That's a stroker there, 383. That's a 350 that's had a longer arm put in it, giving you that 383 displacement. Aftermarket heads, Holley 750 double pumper. And you know what? The list of new parts to bring this Camaro to this level is long and lustrous. Muncie 4-speed, upgraded suspension, traction bars, and boy, I'll tell you, traction bars on a solid rear end in a Camaro is almost mandatory because these suckers love to hop under power. If you'd add something in keeping that rear end where it belongs.
32, 33,
Darn it.
Reserve off.
33 is me. 34.
Oh, 34.
Oh, you didn't feel all that energy? We got to keep it going.
34.
34 is all.
30. 34. At
Not too much for that
34. I have 33,000.
You're getting time to reconsider.
Travis, upper left. Alex, lower left.
Bitter battle.
At 35,000, anybody get 5, anybody get 4, anybody get 35.
Yeah, I think there's, well, there were 3, now 2.
Anybody get 5. Last call, 35. Jimbo. 35,000, 36. 35, 36. You're out. We got 35, 36, 36. Anybody else?
Oh,
thank you. Now 7, 36, $37,000. I have 36,000. Anybody get 37? 37, 38, 38, 37, 38. 37, anybody get $38,000 here. Paul, you better get 38.
One more time at 38. You want more time at 38?
So, $37,000.
There may have been 4 guys in on that car.
Yeah.
It's good enough, man, for sure. $37,000.
Oh, man, a 383 with a 4-speed. That's what dreams are made of, baby.
All right, with that one, let's check in with Shannon Spake.
Man, you guys think it's exciting over there. Wait till this thing crosses the block. This is a 1967 Chevy C10, but this is custom from front to back, side to side, the entire thing, 750 horsepower. So this is a car that certainly looks like you just want to cruise in it, or a truck, I should say, that you just want to cruise in, but it is fast. Take a look at the air ride suspension. When I was in high school, there was a truck club in Fort Lauderdale called Local Minis. I remember they would drop the trucks down very, very low. We wouldn't be able to get into neighborhoods that had speed bumps because we would have to be left outside. But this truck right here, it has air ride suspension, so it will go up about 6 inches. And I have Nathan Ludicky here right now. He is the builder of this truck. It's beautiful. You said you guys just finished it, right?
This past week, yes, just finished it.
So what's your favorite part of the truck? If I had to hold your feet to the fire.
I really like the epoxy on the wood, the live edge epoxy, and the center console.
Yeah, the center console. Take a look in there because it is a digital dash. And watch, he's got a app on his phone, so he's gonna change the interior color on this as well. And look at all of the interior, everything thought of, just every single detail on this truck. And you said it goes up about 6 inches?
Yeah, perfect for going down the freeway.
And it goes fast.
Very fast.
We love that. Fast and beautiful. There you go, guys. This is coming across the block in just a few minutes.
That's pretty cool.
No, that looks like a Cadillac CTSV supercharged engine.
I was giving this truck a big old once over, and I was especially surprised at the power plant.
That is fast.
It is. That's exactly what it is.
With all that extra gingerbread and the engine room swap and the interior, I love that they kept the old school factory C10 badging on the side of the truck. Yeah. They left that right there.
Yeah.
That's cool. All right, coming up here in due time at Mecum Houston. On the block right now is a 67 Chevelle that we want to make sure to give a little bit of love to here while we can.
Yeah, and you know what? Nobody overthought this. This is not a very complicated presentation here. It's got a 350 in it, like so many other of these semi-custom, semi-resto mod cars that come through here, with an automatic and power steering and front disc brakes, AC, and the 18-inch US mags wheels, front and rear. Polyurethane paint, clear coat, red in color, black interior, and we'll see who wants it the most. We're at 42,000.
It's your turn. 43. Yeah, he did. Now 44. 43.
Hey!
44.
That easy.
Reserve is
Reserve is up, and we're in at
$43,000 is the bid.
That's good.
All right, 43 will do the trick.
Anybody else? So,
Fuck me. Holy fuck. I'm in so much trouble.
All right, 43,000.
Wow. You know, that's an indication of how far paint technology has come, because you could not get a factory paint job to look like that when that car was built.
Oh, no question.
And look at that.
Nope. Yeah. Enough said. 43 for that car, and a 66 Belvedere is on the block up for us next.
Yep, this got a Hemi in it. Was not born with a Hemi, so we did a little engine swap-a-roo here with a torque flight automatic. Cross ram intake, dual fours. That was a legendary induction system back in the day, and I still love to see it because, man, oh man, some of the fastest cars that ever raced under the Mopar banner had that induction setup as the original fender tag on it. And that helps you to trace the history of this car. Automatic transmission, you see the super stock hood scoop on the front. It's probably a street-driven car. I don't believe that this is set up to go racing, but man, that's too bad, because I'd love to take it out to a drag strip.
Yeah, you said it, but I mean, would fall into the sleeper category if not for that massive scoop on the hood telling you that something is breathing under there.
I think he's telegraphing his passes with that.
Stance is really good.
Yeah.
It's just got the look all the way around, man.
Yeah, those American racing wheels look fantastic on there also. God, what a stance, like you said, Scott.
42, I think, was the high bid, or 40 was the high bid on that car. All right, next 62 Impala.
Yeah, nothing radical here. 350, 4-speed, and that aluminum radiator. I like to see that because, boy, even cooling technology has come a long way. Because when I used to have, you know, my street machines when I was a kid, that was the one thing that you always had to avoid, was overheating that engine. Some of those engines with aluminum blocks or aluminum cylinder heads, one overheating, and you may be looking at replacing the motor. So an aluminum radiator helps to prevent too much heat underneath there. And this should not be a terribly expensive automobile.
No, I wouldn't think.
Nope.
Yeah, we go from American Racing on that Belvedere to Krager SS's on this Impala, probably 1 and 2 in the most classic aftermarket mags out there.
Yep. Yeah, they're still building those Krager SS mags too. Still in production.
High bid here, $27,000, with more bidding and more muscle cars and more fun still to come. As we mentioned a little earlier, still a good crowd here at the NRG Center. Mid-afternoon on a Friday, man, they're having a lot of fun looking at these terrific cars, and we're having a blast telling you folks at home all about them here on ESPN+. 2011 Continental GTC 8011 edition from Bentley, Bill.
Yeah, 8011, one of 80 produced for the U.S. market. We've had several of these Bentleys today, and I'm telling you, Scott, maybe this year, when we get to Monterey, we're going to rent one of these. We're going to have Shannon dress up in a spectacular evening gown, get behind the wheel. We're going to have cranberry-colored tuxedos, and the rest of us are going to jump in, and we're just going to cruise around Monterey. You think I'm crazy?
Well, Chris and I are both just cracking up. Do we have to wear tuxedos?
Yes.
Cranberry, crushed velvet, I assume.
Crushed velvet, yes.
Absolutely. I'm in.
The Engelbert Humperdinck autograph version. Oh, well, back to the car that just sold for $50,000. It's got the 600 horse W12, the twin turbo with the all-wheel drive, the automatic. And look at this automobile for $50,000. Got to be a law against that car being sold for that little.
I think the chances of us getting a Bentley in Monterey are far greater than you and me and Chris and Rut dressing up in tuxedos.
Well, it's just a dream I've had for a while.
Here is a 67 Olds 442. It's a real deal. No replica here, man.
No, but it isn't original. It's got an Edelbrock carburetor and manifold and hooker headers. So they've tweaked that 400 cube V8 up. I'm guessing maybe 425 horsepower now, maybe. Factory air, AM/FM CD sound system. A lot of paperwork going along with it too, and flame red paint. That's been reshot. That's a clear coat paint on that Olds with a black interior. And I think we're going to sell it. We're close to what I would consider to be market correct, upper 30s, maybe 40. Some of that originality that it no longer has might be pulling it back just a little bit.
35, 36, 35, anybody get 36,000.
Turbo oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Scott.
No, I was just going to say that's a good call on the mods. You know, perhaps affecting it. Don't know, but 35 is the high bid. What were you going to say? Sorry.
No, I don't think I mentioned it has an automatic. It's got the Turbo 400 in it.
Okay. All right, 35 is the number of reference that bid goes on will take, and go from there. So here's a 61, another 61 Impala bubble top.
And you know, it's funny, this has had the modifications that we would have been doing to this car back in the day. A small block with 2 4-barrels and headers.
Oh, that's the recipe, man.
That really was so popular for us to do. Basically bolt on. You don't even have to open it up to put a cam in there. You know, you're talking about basically bolt-on stuff. That you may have seen the 4-speed shifter there, 4-wheel disc brakes with power steering, American racing wheels, and red line tires. Looking good.
Something so good about a bench seat with a 4-speed too.
I know
that look.
Yeah. Maybe the bucket seats sometimes are a little too fancy. You know, the bench seat gives it more of a, I don't know, is macho the right word, or I don't know. But
comfort. You know, but I love seeing a 4-speed sticking out from underneath that bench seat. Just you get a little bit of both. You get the performance and the comfort.
Your lady can sit next to you. Just watch out for the shifter, honey. Move over. Okay, that's good.
All right, high bid here at 50. Here's a Z28 now, 1969 vintage.
Yeah, got another one here, and I think the last one we had was also silver. 302, 290 horse, matching numbers. Cross ram induction. Yo. Yep, that was an after the assembly line edition. These cars, they were not delivered with those. Boy, there's a great debate that goes on about when those dual quads went on too. Either the owners put them on or the dealer put them on. But we do know that they didn't come from Chevrolet already on that 302. 4-speed, 12-bolt rear end. It's got the spoiler package, cowl induction hood. Chambered exhaust gives it a great sound, great rumble. And the correct 15x7 rally wheels, of course, talked about that before. The Z28s came with 15-inch wheels.
Well, a high bid, strong at 110, but not strong enough. Super Bee time here from 1969, a Dodge Super Bee.
Yeah, Shannon, I think, gave us a sneak peek at this just a little while ago. Comprehensive restoration in 2023, but oh, this doesn't have a 383 or a 440. 572 Super Street Hemi aluminum crate engine. That's what you call horsepower in a box. Dual Edelbrock carbs. Built to run on 93 octane too, so you know that the compression isn't too crazy in there. Factory 4-speed. It's got the restored N96 hood, Krager SS wheels, Chris. There are your wheels again. Got a McLeod clutch to handle all that power. Yow.
Yeah, guys, what I love is the factory green tint that's on the back of that, the back window, and then the 2 side windows. That is factory green tint to help with the sun and heat inside that car, but it just looks so cool.
Yeah, they left it really racy. Speaking of that wheel and tire setup, Bill, you can see how much skinnier the fronts are than the rears. Just, you know, it's ready for the drag strip.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, front runners, they're called sometimes those narrow front wheels, just to cut down on the rolling resistance up front and let all the rear tires do all the work.
Great stance, really well done.
Yep. 67, and they are still trying to get a deal put together here.
And as Shannon pointed out, that relatively rare option of the green tinted sail panel windows and also the rear window.
Looks like the dude at the post office, the postal worker with his little visor.
The banker.
Yeah, that too. Or instead of your welding face
welding
mask
helmet
from 8th grade or something. Well, 67, they spent a lot of time there trying to work it out. They may be pretty close there, don't know. But In any case, bid goes on, gets it next. We get a commercial break next, and we'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Houston, the NRG Center. You're looking at the 303 staging lane. Plenty of cars still waiting to get their moment in the sun, if you will. Hey, check this out, a 2013 Corvette 427. They're calling it a collector edition here, or the Heritage Package. Not many of those built.
Nope.
Reserve is off on this one, Bill.
Yeah, hot Corvette, Scott, all the way.
Big time.
427 harkens back to the original Mark IV 427 that debuted in 1966, but this is a small block version of the 427. One of only 162 that were finished in this crystal red. 500 horse, 7-liter. LS7, by the way, with a 6-speed manual, and away she goes for $42,000.
Man, a lot of car, and as is customary with the Corvette, they finish a generation with a flourish, don't they?
Oh, that car will rock and roll.
Big time, yes, indeed. Okay, here's a 2010 Porsche Boxster convertible.
The little Boxster. Boy, it's hard to believe that debuted, I believe, 1997, and it's still going strong, and so many have been built and bought and driven and enjoyed. This with a 2.9-liter flat 6 with an automatic transmission. Odometer reads over 72,000 miles, but carefully driven miles, as you can see, as it has been pampered. Brembo brakes, black 18-inch alloy wheels. Ready for its next adventure. Who's going to take it?
25, 26, got $25,000, $26,000 once, twice, last call, and it is.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, indeed, 25K is good enough to take home that little Boxster.
Get you into the Porsche community. You can go to any Porsche club rally or race day or whatever you want to do, and they'll welcome you with open arms.
Next on our block, a 2010 Maserati Gran Turismo.
With their ubiquitous 433 horsepower, 4.7-liter V8. Of course, we know that Maserati and Ferrari were kind of like in a collaboration when it came to providing the power plants. This one with an automatic transmission, convertible top is power, nav, leather, heated seats, 20-inch alloy wheels, and that great Maserati styling, that sleek wind cheating styling wrapped around that interior. Going on 17 years old. Doesn't look a day over 7 days old.
Nope.
And, you know, with all of the plush accommodations in that automobile, you know, you can talk about your Bentleys and your Mercedes and your Jags and everything else, but Maserati, that'll give you everything you want.
And I tell you what, not the least of which is that color combo. That's very Ferrari-esque, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is bright red. Right. Love it. Okay, terrific truck coming up next here. 2014 F-150 Platinum Super Crew.
Ooh, big Mazunga right here. The crew cab. With room for all your friends, 3.5-liter V6. Somewhere around 250, 300 horse, automatic transmission. Sunroof, nav, leather, loaded, heated seats, backup camera, bucket seats, running boards and power. You got the lift kit that jacks it all the way up. 35-inch tires and 20-inch chrome wheels. Trick truck, Platinum Edition. That's way up there.
Close a bit at 25.
Chrome wheels.
They've added a few things. LED bar on the front.
We're not that far off, I don't think, from selling the truck.
No, and that's anything under 30 there is going to be, I think, very well done.
Right.
Okay, so 25 will be the final number on that pickup truck, and right behind it is a 96 Ram 2500 Laramie SLT.
Boy, Dodge hit the bullseye when they debuted these trucks a few years earlier with what they called was that big rig front end styling. Man, I'll tell you, people just loved the direction they were going. This one with a 5.9 liter, 6-cylinder, not the 8-cylinder. It's a Cummins diesel, 4-wheel drive, 4-door quad cab, long bed, automatic transmission, steering and brakes, AC, tilt steering column, cruise control. Almost as much a car as it is a truck. Got the fiberglass shell out back, but it doesn't have a new owner.
Not yet, anyway, at $24,000. So we'll let that one pass along and wait until this 68 Chevelle rolls up right behind it. There it is.
Yeah, it's prowling onto the block with a 498 cubic inch big block.
This has got some attitude.
Oh, yes. That is a car that will eat its young. Hawley Sniper, electronic fuel injection, 4L80E automatic. QA1 front and rear suspension with a Ford 9-inch rear and 373 gears. And once you get going, you got to stop. Got Willwood disc brakes to accomplish that. A frame-off restoration and all those modifications. Inside, simple but effective. Got that basket handle shifter, black, brand new stitched interior underneath. It's gonna go to the bid goes on.
You see how they brought that dark blue into the glove box, the dash in there? Yeah, that's pretty slick.
Little extra paint and the spray gun.
Oh yeah.
Let's hit the dashboard.
Just be careful that you don't hit the windshield on the inside too.
Oh yeah. Then you wait till it dries, and then you got to get a razor blade.
Yes, been there.
Oh yeah.
All right, time for a Toyota FJ40 here from 1970.
Yeah, I haven't seen one of these yet today. Still very popular. There's a cult following behind these little FJs. This one with a 350 in it. Not Toyota installed, trust me. Frame-off restoration. Look at it. Nothing has been Mickey Moused. Power steering and brakes. That interior, by the way, is new. That means seats, headliner, carpeting, everything. And it's short of the hole, as we like to say during the Masters tournament.
Oh, yeah. Needed a couple of more rotations, perhaps.
Yep.
25,000, the high number. Back with more from Houston after the break. Well, coming up in Indianapolis next month at Dana Mecum's 39th Original Spring Classic, red, silver, and blue. These are three of the absolute most spectacular, all original, unrestored 65 Corvettes on the planet. They're from the Exemplar 396 Trio. They're Rick Barrick's cars. That's Rick right there. We've talked about these in Glendale a few weeks back, and Bill, they are going to help headline Indianapolis. And right now, Chris Jacobs is standing by with another incredibly important vehicle that'll be in Indy. Chris?
Oh, Scott, incredible car, incredible story behind it. In mid-1968, Chevrolet dealer Fred Gibb contacted Chevrolet and said, hey, can you make me Camaros with the all-aluminum ZL1? They said, sure, as long as you can order 50 of them. Fred said, no problem, as long as you can get them to me by the end of 1968. And as promised, those cars were delivered, 50 of them. Now, what Fred didn't anticipate was how much they were going to cost. It was a $7,200 window sticker. He said, uh-oh, I don't think my customers are going to pony up for this. It's almost twice the price of a cast 427. So unbelievably, the factory agreed to take back 37 of those cars. I think that's the first time that has ever happened. They sent them out to other high-performance dealers around the country. Now, Fred did manage to sell those 13 that he hung on to, and the 9650 program was born. That, of course, is the all-aluminum 427. This is number 2 of those 50 cars produced, and it will be going across the block in Indy. It will be a highlight, Scott.
No doubt about it, Chris Jacobs. Thank you very much. And that nomenclature ZL1 is legendary in the Camaro world for sure. All coming to Indy in May. On the block right now, look at this. 1965 GMC Suburban. Completely debadged.
Yeah, completely restored, not in bolt rotisserie restoration, on a very interesting subject for something like that. 8.1 liter Vortec V8 engine with 4-wheel drive. That's a 2001 Chevy 2500 chassis, by the way, sitting underneath the body. Big time effort and labor to make that changeover. New everything, just about everything you're looking at in some way is new, inside and out. I do not know how long this project took, but it was time intensive, believe me.
The thing is, though, just looking at it from 30 feet away,
looks
it's
mild.
just like pretty pedestrian.
Looks like, jacked up, changed the wheels and tires maybe, but you would be wrong. A lot more happening there. Selling at no reserve.
Good job, guys.
And selling at $42,000. Love it. All right, coming up, a little bit of an oddity here. Look at this. A 1948 Ford Anglia with air suspension.
Yeah, these cars would have been totally forgotten. This would have been a major who cares, except for hot rodders, who embraced these with the Fiat Topolinos, the Ford Anglias, the Bantams, and all of these little European cars, which eventually were either converted into hot rods or drag racing machines, sometimes both. This one, probably going more toward the full custom than the full race. It's got a 373 stroker in it, which would have been a 383 stroker, not stroked as much. Also, Dynaflow, fuel injection, automatic transmission with gear vendors overdrive. A lot of work, professionally built Pro Street chassis, and the bid goes on at $40,000.
Well, so that one will give way to a 64 Buick Riviera.
Oh, people, how can you not love these first generation Buick Rivieras? These are cars that still, I think, are way undervalued. This one is not original. This has some work done to it. Start with a paint, house of color, ruby red, pearl, ooh. Body,
I was just going to say Hall of Fame paint.
Hall of Fame paint there. You're right about that. Interior, not too much has been monkeyed with in there. The engine is a nailhead, the 425 cubic inch nailhead with a 4-barrel Carter. Turbo 400 automatic, front and rear air ride, and the setup can be controlled in the trunk. Custom diamond stitched interior, new front seat foam, factory bucket seats. All been restitched in there. Look at that paint, that ruby red pearl. It's 10 miles deep. And those wheels, they're billet specialties, kind of replicating those Hallebrand kidney bean wheels.
So high bid of $50,000. Next, 2016 Wrangler, 75th anniversary. Lots of mods here, as you might expect. This is a JK series in the Wrangler.
Now, Scott,
yes,
you being a real Jeep fan, when they announced that the Wrangler would become a 4-door unlimited version, were you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was, at that point, it was about time. It's like, what took you so long to get with the program, so to speak?
A lot of people believed exactly the way you did, but you know, there was a contingency of people that were upset about that whole four-door idea. It was kind of like when the T-Bird went from the two-seat to the four-seat in 1958.
Yeah.
And they have sold a skillion, billion, million more of these with the four-door configuration.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
There are always going to be naysayers.
Exactly. But you're right about this having some work done to it. A supercharged 3.6-liter V6 in it with an automatic transmission, 4-inch Fox lift, 35-inch tires, and beautiful leather seats inside. Look at the way that Jeep sits. That is regal.
Yes, it is.
Mm.
That's pretty cool too, that you can take a boxy Jeep, and boxy, it's a box,
yeah,
and make it look almost regal like you're talking about.
Yep.
Very cool. All right, K20, Chevy K20, 1981, that's next.
Yep, sitting high, wide, and handsome with a stroker in it, 383, automatic transmission, and some little extra touches just to make it look more beautiful. Powder-coated frame, 20-inch custom rally wheels, and a complete frame-off build. Nothing has been left to chance. Tilt steering column, power windows and locks, AC, power steering and brakes. So that, even though that truck is a behemoth, that would be very easy to drive. A lot of drivability there with the steering and the brakes. And that big rubber. Man, you don't even feel the road with a set of tires like that.
Yeah, that gentleman's going to enjoy it for sure. Just dropped 40,000 on it.
Yeah.
Well, as we get a chance to take a look at a 63 Thunderbird, I would like to point out and say thank you to the 88 members of the Houston Thunderbird Club. They are the guys and gals behind the wheel of the cars here this weekend in Houston. And they're run and led by my buddy Jim McLaughlin, who's a Thunderbird owner himself, and they always have a great turnout and do a fantastic job for us. So thank you.
Thanks, people. 63 T-Bird right here. Got that 390 engine. That was the go-to engine for the Thunderbird for a number of years. And we're talking about the Bullet birds right here in 63. 11 different generations of the Thunderbird, and none of those generations really lasted that long. Ford was constantly upgrading not only the styling, but the powertrains and all of the accessories and the extras. This has the sports roadster tonneau in the back. This is not a sports roadster, but does have the 390 automatic transmission. And the odometer reads just shy of 62,000 miles.
Funny you mentioned that sports roadster. We do have one coming up tomorrow.
See you on TV.
Yeah. And when we get them, boy, they get bidding.
They do.
So rare, so beautiful, real collectible cars.
Sure thing. All smiles there for the guy who just bought that 63 Bird. Next we have a 76 Trans Am.
Yeah, 1976, and the big power Trans Ams, unfortunately, were going the way of the woolly mammoth, but this one is the 50th anniversary of Pontiac, and the special edition package was created, that black and gold color scheme. 400 cube V8, horsepower, a couple of hundred if it's lucky. Rare T-tops on this one. Automatic transmission with AC, power front disc brakes. This one equipped with those Enduro bumpers, and you see the gold trim, the gold honeycomb wheels, the golden eagle on the hood, the pinstripe on the windows and around the rear valance. Very special Trans Am.
And a high bid of 45,000. Oh no, I'm sorry, it's sold. 45,000.
Yes, sir, new owner.
My bad.
Yep.
Yeah, very good. Okay. GT500 Super Snake convertible now from 2014.
Oh. Evil is in the house.
You gonna be okay here?
Oh my. The Super Snake, 700 plus horsepower. Supercharged, 5.8, 6-speed manual. Red with black stripes. The Super Snake badges. There you see that conglomeration of danger. Who would have thunk that a Shelby Mustang could be dishing that much grunt? But boy, these things are fast. And they handle. This one has an upgraded suspension, limited slip rear end. Will with 4-wheel ABS disc brakes. Of course, has a 6-speed manual in it and the 8-spoke alloy wheels. These cars are 5-tool players. Acceleration, top speed, styling, braking, cornering. And 60 won't do it, and I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Less than 6,000 miles on this stuff.
And a 12-year-old car.
Yes.
Almost 13.
But in 2014, got a whole lot of cars coming out of Detroit that could go head-to-head with that.
Very true. Oh, look at this.
Ooh.
Oh, be still my heart. Where to begin on this 59 Apache? Well, visually, the paint and the chrome grabs your attention, but let's take a look at that engine room. Something to behold.
8-stack downdraft intake on that fuel-injected 350. It is showtime. Ceramic-coated hooker headers. So much polishing, so much painting, and powder coating, refinishing. Oh dear, there's the interior. What can I say? All completely redone. 59 Apache pickup like you've never seen before. Apple red candy, this is called, not candy apple red. I'm not dyslexic. It's apple red candy is what they call it.
I don't care what you call it. It's beautiful.
It's there. Custom side exhaust. Look at those with Borla mufflers. Up front, you got the Mustang 2 front suspension with tubular control arms and coilovers. 4-link suspension out back. Hour after hour after hour of labor to painstakingly produce this pickup.
87,000. Thanks, but no thanks. I mean, this has got to be a 6-figure truck.
Oh my word! I'd say 200,000 may have gone into this or more. Just the paint job alone. I mean, it's just a standard paint job, not getting fancy, not candy apple. Just a standard solid color paint job today could run you $20,000, $25,000 if it's done right.
Apple candy, by the way.
87 pounds of
Apple red candy.
Apple red candy.
Apple red candy.
90 pounds and on a bit. 87 pounds, 90 pounds, 90 pounds, 90 pounds.
87 pounds. Boy, every time you look at this truck, you see something else. Power side windows, Bluetooth stereo, tilt wheel.
87 pounds,
yeah, I'll do 7.
Rocket wheels, 20-inch diameter.
Reserve is off.
Oh my goodness, the reserve is off.
Oh,
well, now I want to see if anybody else jumps in and we get a battle going.
Anybody else? Reserve is off. 87,000, $90,000 last call. Anybody else?
That tonneau cover, by the way, is flat as a pancake.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
Wowzers. That guy just got maybe the deal of the day.
That's next to charity, if you ask me. $87,000. You know what? If you had $87,000 and you wanted to build that truck, you wouldn't even get halfway before your money ran out.
Very true. Okay, here's another Gen 1 Corvette, 1960 this time around.
Well, let's break it down here. That's a sheer silver paint hue you're looking at with a red interior. It's got a 350 in it. Little engine swap. Sort of, kind of, almost dressed like an original engine in a 60 Corvette, which would have been a 283, but it's not. Muncie, 4-speed manual, 1960. I'm thinking there were still Borg-Warner 4-speeds in Corvettes. Back me up on that, Scott, will you?
I'll give it a look here.
Okay. I don't think Muncie's may have come in C2. Anyway, red interior, as you saw. There's that aluminum radiator, rack and pinion steering, and a Mustang front end. So what looks like a fairly original 60 Corvette.
67.
Yeah, is anything but
yes,
that.
Yes, sir. Okay. Lifter, right? 67.
Okay.
But that's not to you. That's.
How much
and they're still working the deal.
67.
10% or 8%?
Well, the Black Book doesn't detail
10%, right?
Borg Warner or Muncie.
You want to sell it? 67.
Let me call my brother-in-law.
Okay. The reserve is off at $67,000. Internet has the high bid.
Internet 69 cars for sale. 70,000 out of it. 70.
We're not done yet.
Borg Warner T10. Thank you. My brother-in-law said, "Why? You want to buy one?"
Well, in fact, yes.
Yes. So yeah, Borg Warner would have come in that car, not a Muncie.
So 69 buys that 1960 Corvette. Oh, here's another complete custom on a C10, 1967.
Oh, modification after modification and so on and so forth. Yo, 6.2 liter LSA supercharged V8. Big power. Custom built body drop air ride chassis, powder coated custom pearl red and built by Chassis Fab right here in Houston.
And we're already at 130 on this truck.
All the internals on the engine. We're talking about the rods and the bearings, everything. Everything has been strengthened and forged. PRC ported heads with ARP studs. Brian Tooley Racing hot cam, probably a high lift cam. With 1050 injectors from ID, Holley Terminator, Holley Pro dash parts as well. Wow. Woo.
My goodness. So $130,000 going to be the high bid on that 67 Chevy pickup truck as we send it over to Shannon Spake.
Yeah, guys, how about a 1961 Pontiac Catalina? Look at this beautiful color blue, tri-blue inside. I feel like I should be in Catalina right now. It just looks like the ocean to me. What a beautiful car this is right here. This was one of the most popular for the Pontiacs. It was also very popular in NASCAR. In fact, in 1961 in the World 600, Junior Johnson, Ralph Earnhardt, and David Pearson, the Silver Fox, who ended up winning that race, all drove a Catalina in that event. Take a look at this as you kind of go around. There's also the 8 lugs on these wheels. That was just pointed out to me a few minutes ago by someone nearby. But it's a Bristol blue. That's the color of this blue. It's not Catalina blue. And guess where they're racing this weekend? They're racing in Bristol, the NASCAR series. So I just figured it was a cool little tie-in here in Houston and of course in Bristol. This is a beautiful car that will be coming across the block in just a few minutes, so you guys will get to display it and tell everyone more about this awesome car. We'll be right back.
Well, we mentioned it a little while ago. Tomorrow here in Houston, we'll have this 62 Ford Thunderbird Sports Roadster, 390, 340 horse, automatic transmission, Raven black, red interior, one of 58 from 1962 that are still around, as we're told. And we'll have it coming up for you. Our coverage tomorrow begins at noon Eastern, 11 a.m. here in Houston. Speaking of the time of day, it is almost straight up 3 o'clock here in Houston, 4 o'clock out on the East Coast. 2 more hours to go with you today on ESPN Plus. I'm Scott Hoke with Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, Shannon Spake. Rutledge Wood is off this week. He'll be back with us in Indy in May. And as we get back to the block, Bill, a 56 Chevy 150 now.
Well, kind of like Clark Kent here, as we look at the outside of this Chevrolet, it doesn't really tell you very much about what it's capable of, but it's capable of a lot. It's got a 383 stroker in there with an Edelbrock intake and a big 4-barrel. That was a Muncie 4-speed manual transmission you saw snaking up out of the transmission tunnel with a Hurst shifter. factory black, 150 sedan, according to the VIN and trim tag, and $35,000. Boy, we've got a pretty good distance to go to start getting serious with that car.
I would tend to agree with you there, partner. So the bid goes on. Team will assemble to work on that for a little bit. And in the meantime, a 1964 Plymouth Fury is front and center for us.
1964, that was the year that the race Hemi debuted in Mopar, and it changed the face of drag racing and NASCAR with one fell swoop. This with a 426 and cross ram 4 barrels underneath there. But that is a wedge. That's not the Hemi, but these were still very formidable race engines back in the 1960s. And they, even after the Hemi came out, a lot of racers stuck with their wedge setups and did very well. There you see the inside. This one with a Torque Flight automatic transmission. New aluminum radiator, new stuff, include the water pump alternator. Carburetors are new, the distributor. The interior's been made over. And it is trimmed out, as you can see, with the plain paint job and the plain steel wheels. Pretty much the way one of these cars would have looked heading to the drag strip. Does not have one of those super stock hood scoops on it, however, but again, this is a car that probably didn't see much drag racing action, but certainly has the profile to make you think that it did.
That 35. Okay.
Now 40 bid.
11-second quarter mile, about 115, 120 miles an hour.
Yep, with Georgie. 38,000 bid. Now reserve is on. 36 bid.
And remember, just about this time, General Motors pulling out of racing for a while, kind of left the field open to Mopar and Ford. And boy, did they ever go after each other, hammer and tong.
Well, the guy's going to put his fries down and buy that car for $36,000 and have a snack on the way home, perhaps. 64 Plymouth Fury going to that gentleman. Very nice. 1965 Corvette convertible now.
Yeah, this has got the 327, 350 horsepower L79, but we've done a little work on it. Winter's aluminum intake.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like we've upgraded the 4-barrel. There's a bigger Hawley underneath there, I believe. Muncie 4-speed. Glen Green is your color. The black interior. And a white soft top. AM/FM radio, that was an option along with the power antenna. Knockoff wheels. Yep, got them. First year for the knockoff, 65. Side exhaust, first year for the side exhaust. Actually, 64 was the first year for the knockoff. 65 for the side exhaust.
And a high bid on the Corvette at $52,000. Okay, next, we're going to go two wheels for a moment. And this spectacular 2025 Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide RR.
Number 103 of 131 that were built just last year. Screaming Eagle, Milwaukee, 8 V-twin engine, 153 horsepower with a 6-speed gearbox, 250-watt infotainment system with a 12.3-inch color TFT display on a motorcycle.
Yes, there are lots of super trick things that have been done to this car, to this motorcycle.
Yeah.
And not surprised at all to see this. $130,000 is bid. These are limited edition, completely loaded, all the top customization things that you can do. Basically kind of a bespoke Harley, a lot of billet pieces, the foot pegs, the brake levers on your feet and the shifter. and some of the carbon fiber on this unbelievable motorcycle, and it just sold for $130,000. And you're right, that's number one of the day today.
And is this the way that you can order one, or is this an owner?
Well, that's a custom. That's a
totally
custom. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, indeed. And we sold one of these in Glendale for, I think, $97,000. So a couple of these have gone for big money. Let's check in with Chris Jacobs. Time for today's Stay-Bill Performance Tip.
Yes, sir, Scott. And the product of the day is Stay-Bill in-season protection. We as collector car lovers know that two things are very important to us: fuel economy and horsepower. And in-season protection helps you get more out of both of those things. So just put a little bit in your gas tank every time you fill up and just reap the rewards. And man, if I was driving this beautiful 1970 Pontiac GTO Judge, woo, I would be getting some looks on the street. Orbit Orange, 1 year only color, 1970. This is a Ram Air car sporting its numbers matching 400 block, but the transmission has been upgraded to an M22 Muncie. That's the Rock Crusher. Factory air conditioning on this GTO. And get a look at the beautiful interior also. That is saddle. Just complements the Orbit Orange perfectly. And I do believe that may be an 8-track player under there. No 8-track in the slot, though, so deducted points for that. But don't worry, this car's got a lot of points to play with because this car is looking good. What a restoration. It will be going across the block tomorrow. And, man, this Orbit Orange is so eye-catching. A lot of people are going to be looking at it, Scott.
Yes, they are, and for good reason. As you've pointed out, that is our Stay-Bill Performance Tip for today. More on the website there at mecum.com. We're back on the block just as they finish up on this SL 550. $27,500 was the high bid here, Bill. Twin turbo with 429 horse. And
yeah, lots of options, loaded car.
So we'll move to a 2023 Challenger Swinger.
Yeah, we go back to the Last Call series. One of 1,000 of the Last Call Swingers built in 2023, and this is one of only 200 in sub-line. Big 392 Hemi in there, 6.4 liter, 32 miles, by the way. All this car has been driven. Tremec 6-speed manual and the competition suspension underneath, along with Brembo disc brakes, and this has the wide body package. As you see the Scat Pack nomenclature on the rear spoiler. And maybe that last call, not as last as we thought it might be, as we're watching what's happening at Stellantis.
Oh, yeah, you got to love the rumblings of the return of the SRT program.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Another changing of the guard.
So this Swinger was offered in both this color and white, but both had those really cool gold wheels on them. I can't really decide which ones I look better because this high impact color sure shows up well, but the white is definitely handsome as well. It's got the gold stripe around the deck lid and the fenders too. Really sets off the wheels nicely on the white one.
67. I'm going to move a 7 there down, beat down here, not half. 16,000 to bid. 67 to bid. 16,000. 68 down. And now we reserve hands off. 16 pound to bid. It's 7. Paul, you want it? Not going to move 16,000 to bid. Not going to move a 70 bid. It's 16 pound. Not going to move a 700.
What better way to pay tribute to the original Hemi car? Shaker hood.
No doubt. And that color, man.
2, 3, 3 is 69.
That's really nice. Well done, sir. 67 grand buys it. Okay, moving on. 1969 Oldsmobile Hurst Olds.
Well, you know, back in 1969, General Motors still had that cubic inch limit on all their downsized cars. Couldn't go more than 400 cubic inches. So in 1968, well, Oldsmobile and the guys at Hurst said, okay, let's wave our magic wand and see if we can circumvent the big bosses. And they did with the Hurst Olds, the 442, a collaboration between Hurst and Oldsmobile. One of 906 that were built in 1969 with that big 455 cubic inch V8. 1968, when the Hurst Olds debuted, it had 390 horsepower, down 10 horsepower in 1969 to 380, all with turbo 400 automatic transmissions and the Hurst Olds dual gauge shifter. Now, I can't remember the gentleman's name, shame on me, but do you know that one gentleman was responsible for pinstriping all of the Hurst Olds vehicles? I'm going to get my best people on that. I think it was Harry something. Whatever. But no. Yeah, I kind of threw
Harry, whatever.
I kind of threw that away, didn't I?
Yeah. Oh.
Sorry, Harry.
You kicked it to the curb.
I don't even know if it was Harry. But I take my hat off to him because the uniformity of his work speaks for itself. I will not bring that up again.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
$59,000. I think that sold, didn't it? Yes, it did. All right, 59 grand. Here is a 69 Super B.
I don't know anybody who worked on this car, but it is a fantastic restoration. 383 Magnum, there you see it right there, 335 horse. That's basically what you found in the Roadrunner. Aluminum intake, 4-barrel carb, dual exhaust, 4-speed manual transmission, the A833. Practically an indestructible manual transmission. MSD in there too for the ignition. Aluminum radiator, hello.
Bid at 55 grand. Get a load of that interior, man.
Look at that.
That's pretty high end.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, my favorite touch on this one is the stripe delete with just the Super B logo on the rear quarter. I've always loved that look.
So you like it without the stripe?
Yeah, but with the Super B logo, because it really sets it off. It's such a cool logo, and it sometimes gets lost in the stripe.
If you ever go crazy over a stripe again, I'm going to remind you about this conversation.
Okay.
You have to be consistent.
Fair enough.
You have to be consistent.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Sean Belby, one of our esteemed producers.
He found the striper's name?
Found the name.
Was it Harry?
No, I couldn't have been more wrong. It was Paul. Stand by, don't touch that dial. Paul Hatton. Paul Hatton did all
that was the Hatton. You thought you translated the Hatton to Harry. I see where you were going.
Oh, is that what? Okay.
Paul Hatton, shout out to you, buddy.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
What happened while we were away?
Oh, the young man just bought that Super B with no stripe on it for $65,000. I think he's happy. Everybody there's happy.
You know what? I love to see people who were not even around when these cars were built are now buying them.
Yes.
We like
100%.
to see that.
Yeah, I am totally with you on that, brother. Here is a C10 of a different flavor. They all are today, and so many of them have their own personality. This one from 1968.
Yeah, you're so right. We see so many different approaches to the powertrains, the paint, the finish, the wheels. This one with a stroker, 430 horsepower stroker, MSD ignition, fuel coming through a quick fuel 750 CFM carb. Got the serpentine belt system from March. Transmission's a turbo 400, 12-bolt rear end out back with 342 gears and Yukon Duragrip. Oh boy, get out the adding machine. We got Moser chromoly rear axle, rally wheels, drag radials from Mickey Thompson. Put the retro sound in there. Custom interior, restitched by Spiegel. Upholstery in Cullman, Alabama. Gary Bannister, Gary's Detailing and Automotive in Lakefield, Minnesota. Did the paint and body work. This truck has been all over the country to have all of these different shops work on it.
We're at a 48 at the moment.
Boy, a long original body panels, except for the cowl induction hood and tailgate. That's all the original sheet metal all around that truck. Yeah.
I'm still here. They're trying to get the reserve off. Hang tight. Reserves off. Reserves off.
Oh,
And
boy,
the reserves off.
Christian charity there to sell that truck with $48,000 on the board.
You want to get 49 before we go? 40 bid. That's not the word. Not going to bid about 49,000. Sold 48. Sold $48,000. Jamie.
F236, a 2017
Another
Chevrolet
really good deal.
Oh, man, a motivated seller for sure.
$48,000. I think the new owner's going to be pretty motivated to get out and flaunt that little pickup truck around.
How can you not? I know.
All right, a 2017 Corvette Grand Sport Yenko. And you see the modern Yenko touches and striping that have been added to it.
Yeah, you do. I mean, we don't have time now to get into the Don Yenko story again, but I think everybody pretty familiar with it by now. This is the 2017 Grand Sport Corvette, the Yenko SC Coupe. Again, that Grand Sport name bounced back in 2017. Last few years of the C7 generation. This is a custom-built 6.8-liter LT1 rated at 800 horsepower. And the Yenko SC conversion is done by Specialty Vehicle Engineering, the SVE guys. The odometer reads a little over 1,300 miles. So much custom work to this engine. I mean, we got forged pieces everywhere for strength, CNC ported polished LT1 cylinder heads, LT4 fuel system, 7-speed manual. Appearance-wise, you see that jet black. You see the reddish-orange accents with the Yenko nomenclature. Oh boy, I do not have enough time to give you all the facts and figures.
And just enough for that accent color too, coming over the top, down the side, and then of course on the wheels and the calipers. It's just like the perfect amount to set off the black.
Oh, a lot of planning went into this build.
Guys will back in at 87, get 85, $87,000 bid.
Quad exhaust and the Yenko name just underneath it. So sinister, really nice touch.
And I'll tell you, in reality, you're looking at a Corvette that could easily go 200 miles an hour. With that aero and that power, you'd get there.
F237's a 2000 AM.
Okay, the high bid on this really cool Corvette, $85,000. I think they're still kind of trying to figure out what's going to happen. But I don't think it's going to happen right now. So if it does during the commercial break, we'll let you know. We'll continue after the timeout. Lots of material to cover between now and 6 o'clock Eastern.
He's saying no, he's calling the bluff. You raise your bid to 47,000. That's the Mecum rule. As soon as you bid 47, I go like that. Garby, all yours. $47,000. Ball's in your court, sir. Whatever you'll do. If you want to give the 47, how many people think you just give the 47 and end it? Well, stay tuned, folks, because he just raised his offer to 45. So this opens up a whole new can of worms. Have y'all seen this before? All right. So what we did, he's raised his bid to 45. We're taking the reserve off at 45. Now he can bid 46 if he wants back in. 45. Hit him outside. Could have been about $46,000 and a half. Figure help. Sold 45. Sold $45,000. Zach Dentino.
All right, our world champion auctioneer, Matt Morvac, one of several world champs that we have on our Mecum team. And he was taking a couple of customers through the Mecum rule there and got the deal done. We continue with our live coverage on ESPN Plus with Bronco Ranger XLT here. And the bidding at $55,000, 1978.
Okay, it's got that big 460 cubic inch V8 in it with only break-in miles, but it's been modified. Y-end, high-rise intake, Edelbrock 600 CFM carburetor. And when you see these bills on these Broncos and these C5s, on the pickup truck sometimes, that are all built up, and of course the K5 Blazers, a lot of attention is paid usually to the suspension and the brakes. This one has had a full brake conversion by Battleborn Hydro Boost. It's got steering and suspension upgrades, heavy-duty mile marker locking hubs, new axle seals, bearings, and stabilizers, things like that. All underneath is what makes a lot of these trucks so special and so collectible, because that is all premium parts underneath.
And it's sold for $55,000. Here's another pickup truck, an F100 from 1954 next.
350, automatic transmission. Yeah. Nothing too complicated there. And, that's clean, but, not overly blinged out. And we see a lot of trucks like that. Just make them sanitary. AC, power steering, power disc brakes, tilt steering column, and custom interior. You got a quick look at. Maroon over black.
33,000 a bid.
And a set of chrome wheels. Those look like weld wheels. Might be American Racing, but they are a good match for the rest of the truck.
32, 33. Close to 32, getting closer to $32,000.
All right, high bid here, $32,000. We need to pause for a minute or two, and when we come back, more of our terrific lineup of collector cars and trucks and more here at Mecum Houston. Happy Friday once again, having a blast here in H-Town at the NRG Center, right next door literally to the Astrodome and part of the NRG Park, big stadium here. And a 1941 Willis Custom has come and gone here in the last couple seconds, actually just topped out at $40,000. That's kind of a cool build.
I would agree with you wholeheartedly. By the way, folks, it is Willis, okay? John Willis founded that company. His name was pronounced Willis. The hot rodders and the drag racers started calling him Willies. So that's why we say Willis. That is the correct pronunciation.
Yep.
Maybe the last time I explained that. Because I think we've done that before.
We have, but people, no matter how many times we mention it, people are still going to call it Willys.
I guess.
You're
right.
But John Willis himself said, I don't care how you pronounce it, just buy a car.
Yeah, right. See how that worked out.
Yes. All right, here's another Thunderbird. This one, 1957, in that legendary color, coral sand.
Yeah, with the optional 312 cubic inch V8 engine, 245 horsepower, automatic transmission, and a rotisserie restoration by Pittman Classic Cars.
And a high bid here, $35,000. Lets us roll out next a 78 Ford Bronco. Big Bronco coming into the picture.
Oh boy. Mucho modifications on this truck. 351, frame off, nut and bolt, custom build, aluminum intake from Wyand, MSD, ignition, including the blaster coil and distributor, comp cams with a camshaft and lifters, hooker headers, hooker mufflers, 5-speed manual, 4-wheel drive, 350 gears with a limited slip diff, BDS suspension system, and the disc brakes all reworked, stainless steel brake lines, custom leather bucket seat interior, Dakota digital gauges, and no sale at this point.
So they'll have to be better than 50 to take that one home. And a no reserve 55 VW Beetle is coming up behind it. There you see it.
Yeah, the little Beetle made its debut here in the United States in 1949 with 25 horsepower. I don't know if that's enough power to get up my driveway today, but that's what they had. Over the years, they got a little bit more power. By now, they had 36 horsepower.
Oh,
and 55, yes.
Percentage-wise, that's a massive increase.
Yes, that could tow a motorhome up my driveway.
Oh, man.
Yep. And they all had that 4-speed transmission in these little guys.
Oval rear window.
Yep.
That is very desirable in the VW Beetle community. Very original condition here, too.
Yep. That shifter, by the way, in these was known as the Schleppe Nudel, which is German for sloppy noodle. And if you've ever,
I don't think so.
If you've ever driven one, you know what I'm getting at.
$19,000.
19.
I think, man, if you have either driven or ridden in one of these old Beetles, you know the deal.
Yeah, you know,
it's an experience unlike anything else.
You know, you put up with the inconvenience. The heaters don't work practically.
Right.
They don't handle at all.
No.
But you know what? We still love them.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, how about this? 61 Pontiac Catalina, top down. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, I want this to sell so much because Shannon gave us a preview of this a little bit earlier. It's got the Mickey Thompson 389 in it. Boy, not all of them have that, let me tell you. Got the tri-power setup there, the 3 2-barrel carburetors with MSD ignition. Factory Borg-Warner T10 4-speed manual. We talked about that. The Corvette, 1960. Per shifter, Pontiac safety track rear end, 323 gears, and the 8-lug wheels that someone pointed out to Shannon. Oh, well, it still could sell if the bid goes on.
That is really choice.
Oh, it is. It so is. You know, that takes one of my first cars, as I mentioned, 62 Bonneville convertible, 389 factory 4-speed. Yeah, you just, get emotionally involved with those cars.
Here's a 65 F100. Looks a lot like the same paint that Beetle was wearing a couple cars ago.
That's right. 240 inline, 6-cylinder engine. Been modified, though. You see it right there. Upgraded carburetor and intake. Mallory distributor. Transmission's a 3-speed manual. Wood steering wheel. A little dress-up item in there. It's got air conditioning. And other upgrades include the power brakes with disc brakes in the front. Staggered wheels. You got bigger wheels in the back.
Good looking little truck.
Smaller wheels in the front.
Internet, if you're going to do it quick. 20 bid, 21. Travis has the bid. Last call. I get 20 pound under David to get 21.
Reserve is off.
2. Now 22. 22, sir. 22, I made it for you. Give 22. Knock him out. 22. 3. Now 3. Internet, you're going to be 3. Iron David to get 2. 3. I get 22 pound under David to get 3. Final call. Iron David to get 2. David to get 3. David to get 3.5. Sold $22,000. Travis.
Offering F252, a 66 Pontiac GTO with an LS.
Just a little 6-cylinder in that truck, Scott. Isn't that interesting, huh?
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Very cool until I put a 5-liter Coyote in there.
Just stop. Just stop.
Okay.
No, I think that's part of the charm,
I think
and makes it desirable.
Yep, I think you're right.
Let's see what they've done in this 66 GTO next.
Swap-a-doodle-doo for the engine. Yep. Got no 389 in there anymore. That's an LS sourced from a 2010 to 2015. That whole generation of the Camaro. You provided that engine with a 6-speed manual transmission. That is a clever powertrain in a 66 GTO. Vintage air, digital gauges, and Willwood disc brakes. And you see the headlight treatment there. Those spooky, kind of like haunted house headlights there. 5-spoke aftermarket wheels. And a great deep black paint job. Goes hand in hand with a black interior.
$41,000.
Correct hood scoop.
42.
We're up to 40, actually 41.
41 bid, 42,000. Iron to you, second row. Iron David to get here, 1, 2. Did you get her 2? Nick, did you get 42 yet? Take it down 3. Now 43, guys. 43. Let's have notes for sale, though. That'll help. 43. I get 42 to bid. 43. Higher David get 2. Down 3. Down David get 3.
That kind of is a nasty little looking GTO, isn't it?
It
All
does.
black.
Yeah.
43.
Deep tint in the rear window.
44. 44. 45.
Yep.
45. 44 bid. 45.
It's ominous.
I get 44 to bid. 45,000. So $44,000. Nick Sprackland.
Lot F253.
All right, we've got another one in the sold column here at Mecum Houston, 44K for that 66 GTO. And we'll take a quick break here. Inside of 90 minutes left with you today. Back with more in a moment. Still a lot of activity in our 303 staging lane as we resume coverage here from the NRG Center, Houston, Texas, 4th largest metro area in the United States of America. And we love coming here. The first of our Texas two-step will be in Dallas-Fort Worth a little bit later on in the year. Here's a 1979 Z28 that is currently up for bid, and the reserve is off at $34,000.
And look at this. Look at the originality on this Z28. Young Biff didn't go crazy on this at all. It's pretty well preserved. This also is a numbers matching 350 V8 with a Borg Warner T10 4-speed. Odometer reads 45,000 miles, lots of originality, and it sells for $35,000. I had a feeling somebody would want to buy that Camaro.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, it is. Once again, 1979, not pushing the big horsepower, but still, for what was happening in 1979, that could hold its own.
All right, let's check out this 1940 Ford Deluxe 4-door. And I don't remember what the word you used earlier was. It was a big word. When I talked about a car and said how stock it appeared to be.
Yes.
Started with a P.
Oh, you were perspicacious.
Okay.
I think that was the word. Yeah. Well, you know, here's another car that's escaped the customizer. And, you know, there's a great debate that rages in hot rod circles as to which car has been used most to build hot rods, the 32 Ford or the 40 Ford. And that debate, I don't think has ever been settled. This one, no debate at all. It's been restored to original flathead V8, 3-speed manual steel body. Inside it's been restored in a deep red color. And yeah, it's got the running boards, got the wide white walls, the bumpers, the headlights, the trim, door handles, radio antenna, spotlight, everything. Just the way that old Henry Ford would have delivered it to you.
You know, I've seen those studies before, those surveys. The opinions are out there, but I think statistically, I think it's in that order. 32 was the #1 hot rodded Ford in history, followed by the 34, and then the 40 was right behind those two. I believe.
I think you're right, and you know what? Every time you see those polls, they shift around a little bit.
It's like the leaderboard at the Masters.
Yes.
But the 32 seems to always be #1 somehow.
And I think it's because it offers the hot rodder more variety in the build.
True.
Full fender, high boy,
lots of body styles to choose from.
Right.
Yeah.
A 40 Ford without its fenders does not look very good.
Now offering line F2.
Well, in this case, $17,000. You know what? I'm going to say, Bill, look, $17,000, it's not for everybody, but for a guy that's got a lot of cool cars and you want something from this vintage, what a better deal than $17 grand on this.
And you know what? The parts to repair or maintain these cars are everywhere. You can get whatever you need.
Here is Charger King Daytona, one of the last call vehicles from Dodge in 2023.
And you know, by now, everybody, I would say, knows the specs on these cars in terms of the engine, the horsepower, transmissions, what was available. But I'd like to point out that this one only has 21 miles on the odometer.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's significant. Well, look at the bidding.
Yes, sir.
That's going to take 6 figures.
Yeah, it will. It will.
No question. All right. 1970 Corvette Coupe. No reserve on this one, sorry.
Yes, right. And hey, this is, I think, the 3rd time we've seen that Mulsanne blue. It was on the Chevelle that we opened the show with, and then a Corvette come rolling through, I believe, in this color. And here we go again. Bright blue interior, yeah. It's got the 350, second year for the 350 in the Corvette and the 300 horse. That'd be the base engine. Featured in Vet magazine way back in July of 2011. Automatic transmission, power steering, T-tops, AM/FM radio, original GM paperwork and the purchase order, and an NCRS 3-star bow tie award.
Nice.
Yeah, which documents its originality.
Sold. Congratulations.
All right. Quick handshake there and a $32,000 hammer price for that cool 70 Corvette.
Very cool, you know, and that's, you know, where we see them. Low to mid 30s usually.
Well, we've seen a Beetle, VW Beetle. Why not a dune buggy? 1974 Myers-Manx custom here.
This could pull some big money. This is a real Myers-Manx, which pretty much wrote the book on the whole dune buggy idiom. This one with a 2275cc flat 4. You see all kinds of different engines in these. And this one from 1974, which would take it back to the heyday of the Myers-Manx. Dual Weber 48 IDA downdraft carburetors, 4-speed manual, custom built instrument panel with autometer gauges, and $37,000. Not going to buy it. I'm not surprised.
Wow.
This you'd probably have to get closer to $50,000 to buy this little Myers-Manx.
Man, you were right.
Yep.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. $37,000. 2019 GMC Sierra Elevation pickup truck. Yes, indeed. Elevation is the key word there.
Yeah, and I think the elevation refers to the fact that it's, you know, if we're going up in the mountains or whatever. But as you so eloquently pointed out, the appearance of this truck could be described as elevation.
Yep.
5.3 liter V8, automatic transmission, and the X31 off-road package. That sucker sitting high with that lift kit, 20-inch alloy wheels. And a bunch of extra cost options. Remote start, got the running boards, the tonneau cover. They've added the tow package. And it has been used with over 100,000 miles on the odometer. But I just love the fact that even trucks and even cars that show that kind of mileage on them still maintain such a pristine appearance.
26, everybody else. Higher David, get 25 bid, 26,000. Under David, get 5 bid, get 6 here, 9. So $25,000 George.
Wow, that's a lot of truck for $25K, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. You know, it almost renders the bed useless because you would have to have a step stool to get to the bed if you're going in from the side.
Yeah.
You know, pull the tailgate down. Yeah, sure. But, man, that's up there.
You'd have to tow a forklift behind you or load anything in it.
Exactly. Okay, 1970 Ford Ranchero GT will be the next specimen up on the block.
Oh, yeah. Like these a lot. 70 Ranchero GT with a 351 in it. Automatic transmission. Great restoration. Look at the appearance of this truck. That is 99 pointer, not going to sell. And that's an acquired taste. You know, the Ford Rancheros are going head-to-head with the Chevy El Caminos.
Sure.
El Caminos get all the acclaim.
Yep. Oh, the variety, the colors, the powertrains, the designs, the shapes, the sounds of these cars and trucks all over the map today and every day at a Mecum auction. As we welcome you back, live coverage here on ESPN Plus. Just a few minutes more than an hour to go with you today. And look at that engine room and green hell on top of that power plant, Bill, in an 84 C10.
Well, beneath all those lines and wiring and harnesses and whatever else you saw there is a built 6-liter LS2 V8. That LS2, you might remember the last generation of the GTO. 2005 and 2006 was the years they put the LS2 in there with 400 horsepower. Now, this one has a little bit more than that now. 4L80 automatic transmission. The Yeti Motorsport Serpentine system, you may have seen that as well. Pro Touring suspension and adjustable coilovers, and no luck on the bidding. We'll go to the bid goes on with this truck.
Wow. All right, beautiful. It is time to check in with Chris Jacobs, hanging out in the State Farm booth here. And it's our State Farm preview and a terrific car back there. Chris?
Yeah, Scott, they're giving away custom hats here at the State Farm booth. I'm going to get in line as soon as I'm done showing you this amazing 70 Chevelle. It is, of course, the LS6. That's the 454. All numbers matching. This one backed up by a Muncie Rock Crusher. That's the M22. And if there was ever a car that was perfect for the State Farm booth, this is it. Not only does it have that gorgeous red exterior, check out the interior. Yep. Red as well. Wow, this is a phenomenal car, and like I said, perfect for all the red that's happening here at the State Farm booth. All right, I'm gonna send it back to you, Scott, and I'm gonna get in line for a hat.
Wait a minute, you have enough hats, brother.
That's true.
Yeah,
I always got room for one more.
That's true. That's true. I think he's got a special wing at his house out in Southern California
the
for
hat
just for ball caps, right? Oh, look at this 2020 Mercedes-Benz Sprinter. Coach for $100,000, not going to be enough.
No, it's a little mini motorhome, actually.
Sure.
And it's got a little bathroom in there, and a shower, a microwave, a generator, diesel engine, V6, and yes, came up a little short of the reserve.
All right, and 2007 Mustang Celine S281 SC right behind the Sprinter.
Yeah, this with a supercharged 4.6-liter V8 engine, somewhere around 400 horsepower. Celine number 354. The odometer reads 4,800 miles. 5-speed manual. Color is satin silver with a black interior. Includes the Celine certificate and the owner's manual and the original dealer paperwork. Reserve is off. Have a new owner in a matter of seconds.
Last call. I get 37 bid, 38,000. So 37.
Trev Morbeck says last call, and he meant it. $37,000. Buys that Mustang Celine. All right, let's pause here for a minute on the block. Check in with Chris and Shannon, who are going to double team a preview for us, guys.
Yeah, well, we told you earlier I was working on my Italian, right? So I better have it nailed down for this one right here, because this is a 2011 Ferrari 599 GTO, and it is Corsa. Red,
Corsa.
Corsa, that's right. 599 of these were made, Chris, but it's a little deceiving because I did some research on it, and only 125 were sent over to the U.S. And, you know, when one of these come off the production floor, it's probably going to a VIP pre-purchase person that my name is not going to be on. So to be able to get an opportunity to bid on this and take this home is pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, the GTO is coveted, obviously. Only 3 models ever left the factory badged a GTO, and this is the third one. And as you said, only made 599 of them, so very rare. 661 horsepower coming out of that 6-liter V12. And even cooler, it's backed up by an F1 sequential 6-speed transmission that is controlled by those paddles, and it's just unbelievable. This one, as you said, in Corsa red with the black racing stripe, just looks so good. We had a $599 Salad Kissimmee out of the Bachmann collection. That went at no reserve. Interesting to see if this one hits the reserve tomorrow.
I love the tent, but if I'm driving this car, there's no tent on the window.
Windows down.
I want everyone to see me driving
Windows
this car.
down, hair blowing in the breeze.
Right.
You want people to know.
That
Guys,
is
back
right.
to you.
All right. Thank you, Chris and Shannon. And get a load of this custom funny car from 1957, and it's got a power lift. The body power lifts off the rest of the car. Bill, what do you think?
Well, let's see. It's being classified as a funny car, which of course harkens to the NHRA funny car class. Those cars run on nitromethane. They do have an alcohol funny car class, slightly less powerful. I'm not sure this one was built actually to race, to be honest with you. This might be a match racer perhaps, or maybe even an exhibition car. Not sure whether it was built actually to go out there and race. It does have a blown 496 V8. That's a lot of cubes. The 871 supercharger set up for nitrous. Dual flow radiator, 25-gallon fuel cell, turbo 400 automatic transmission with a manual valve body. And as I take a look at it, again, that looks like it just might be somebody that wants to get out on the quarter mile, maybe the 8th mile, do some exhibition passes, maybe go out and do a match race or something. But the reserve is off at $50,000.
You know, you mentioned that blown 496, but it looked like there was 2 engines under there. Is one of them a dummy engine? Did you see that?
I don't think it's got 2 engines.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was 2. There's 2 sets of headers. Maybe one of them just for fun. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Jeez, I missed that.
We'll have to invoke the instant replay rule.
Yeah, okay, please.
Welcome back to Mecum Houston here, our 4th event of the year. 4th out of a dozen Mecum events. And we are live on ESPN Plus this afternoon in our final hour with you today on what's been a Friday full of fun here at the NRG Center. 1940 Ford Deluxe Woody wagon.
Extensive restoration and refurbishment in the care of the same family for the last 13 years. This little Woody's been loved. 221 cubic inch V8 flathead, column shifted 3-speed. All original, all the way it would have looked back in 1940. Still has the drum brakes, rear mounted spare, the amber fog lights, 3rd row seat, black paint, and that classic woodwork. And these restorations, I am here to tell you, when they are at this level, there's probably more time spent on the restoration of the wood than there is on the metal and the paint.
Yeah.
And the number of shops in this country that can do woodwork to this standard, they're not as many as there used to be. The demand for completely restored Woody wagons as time goes on,
that's the asking price. We got 40,000.
really kind of goes into a reverse spiral.
I need to know now.
You know, one of the cool things you're right about that.
If you don't want to sell it, we could let them know what the price is.
It's fantastic, but one of the things that I really like about this car, the white
With
walls,
the
the
reserve?
white whites are not
Reserve is off.
white. They're yellowed like they would have been after a while.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
That gives it that little bit of authenticity.
Yeah, that's what's known as over-restoring it, is kind of taking away that authenticity.
We got it, 40,000.
Love it. Sold for $40,000.
Oh, great.
Oh, that's straight out of the movie Hoosiers, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Good for you, man. Good reference there.
40 years ago, this year,
40 years ago,
that film was shot and released.
I love it when Gene Hackman makes the kid measure the rim to the floor.
Yes, exactly.
That
That was in my gym, Hinkle Fieldhouse.
Yeah.
Butler University. That's right. I was there.
Yep.
Here's an 06 Magnum SRT 8.
Oh, you know what? These really got forgotten. These were just as cool as anything else in the SRT catalog. We're talking about the Grand Cherokees and the Challengers, but this little station wagon, you could get that 6.1 liter Hemi, 425 horsepower. This one with the automatic transmission. This has got the factory lowered suspension and the 20-inch SRT black powder coated wheels. Brembo disc brakes. I just dig these things.
You know, you're right. And I'm guilty of it. I was never a fan when they first came out.
Yeah.
And they were forgotten and quickly. You know.
Right. And we don't get a lot of them through Mecum. Well, I can't even believe that we'll probably never see another one for years and years.
22 grand.
You may be right.
Yeah, it'll be a long time. You take my word for it.
22.5 is the bid. $23,000. 22.5 bid. You're going to get
22.5. That consignor is
We already
mulling
tried
it
that.
over.
Well, it's kind of market correct. 46,000 miles.
22,500.
Man.
So the bid goes on for now
Yeah.
on that 06 Magnum SRT 8.
Right, first year, by the way, for this.
Okay.
I had a Grand Cherokee with the same powertrain, and these are fast. These leap hard. They just.
Hey, Bill, would you like to introduce the next car?
Oh, no. Look at this. It's another SRT Dodge Magnum. Oh, I feel so silly. All right, so this one's a year newer, 2007. And everything I said about the 2006, I could say about the 2007. There it is, 6.1 liter Hemi, 4.25 horse. The last one, I don't think, yeah, the last one had the sunroof. This one has a sunroof too. I don't see a whole lot of difference between these two, except the mileage. The previous one had somewhere around 46,000. This one has closer to 79,000.
Okay, and not much difference on the price either.
Right.
So very similar, and as you mentioned, pretty much market correct.
I would say.
So those two SRT 8 Magnums still available for sale here in Houston. So we go back 100 years, exactly 100 years ago, for this 1926 Buick Depot Hack.
Yeah, that's what they call these little utility wagons that used to service the train stations. Back in the day, somebody would get off the train, they'd need a vehicle, load their luggage in, and take them to the nearest hotel or inn, and that's
kind of like the grandfather of the Uber.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, based on the Depot Hack. It's got the little overhead valve inline 6-cylinder engine, a 3-speed manual transmission. Yeah, this one not completely brought back to 100-point status, so you're looking at quite a bit of patina on this truck. Period correct lighting and trim all over. Flat wood frame roof, rear cargo passenger area, wooden tailgate.
Sold $8,000 to the internet. Sold.
I think that's our low seller for the day, isn't it?
I'm not sure. It might be.
Yeah.
It's definitely a contender for that. Just a cool piece of Americana, you know? Very cool.
Yeah, it is.
All right, rolling up next behind that little Buick 1964 Ford F-250.
Yeah, and again, this hasn't gone through your full frame-off rotisserie restoration process at all. Lots of originality. Former camper package truck, which means that one time this had one of those slide-in campers in the back, which we don't see a whole lot anymore. 390 V8 in there with the correct block, Cobra intake manifold. And it looked like a 4-barrel carburetor, open element air cleaner, and a 4-speed manual with a floor shifter. Not a lot of money here. This could be our low seller. This could submarine the Depot Hack we just saw, and I think it does. This hammers at $7,000.
All right. That one rolls away. And coming up, 1962 GMC K10.
Another truck.
This selling at no reserve.
No reserve. Got a 305 in it, manual transmission, 4-wheel drive. They put a new interior in this truck with new wheels and tires. You see it's got the step side bed. Updated the gauges in there. And not a whole lot more. Just did some detailing on it, pretty clean underneath there. And the interior should look spick and span as well. And there it is.
It sure does.
Yeah. I'm guessing not a lot of attention was paid to the pickup bed. I don't think you're going to see a show-ready hardwood floor with stainless strips. I don't even know if it is a hardwood floor. I can't really see it from here.
Yeah, we can't see it. We're going to have to rely on our
world's tallest cameraman.
ace, yes, John Atkinson, to give us a view of that. Yeah, you're right. It looks appears.
Hey, painted wood, maybe, I don't know. But it sells.
15 grand, yeah. Not a problem. You got a cool early 60s GMC pickup truck.
Yeah, you're not afraid to drive either.
All right, next, we go to the Porsche world today, and 2002 911 Targa.
Selling in no reserves, got that ever-present 3.6-liter flat six with 320 horsepower, the Tiptronic 5-speed automatic transmission, ventilated disc brakes on all 4 wheels. Silver on the out, black on the in, and a Continental CD player for your tunes. Not a lot of money. You get into a really decent-looking Porsche here for, man, chump change.
Yep. 996 generation.
Right.
20,000. The bid at the moment, no reserve.
Yeah, that 996 debuted in 1999, I guess. In this country, I think. They actually got the water-cooled version of the 911 in Europe before we got it in 98, and then we did.
Yeah, 98, I think. Yeah. Back with more in a moment. We are back in Houston, and that's a shot outside the legendary Astrodome. It's literally right next door, and it is a historic landmark, no doubt about it. Opened way back in 1965 here in Houston.
Did you get a little goosebumps when you see that building?
Sometimes, yeah,
I do.
Absolutely.
Man, what a history,
So
huh?
much history there, yes, indeed. Well, it is time to tell you about the great family of products from our friends at 303. They will safeguard your cars from nature's harshest environment and the elements and keep them looking absolutely spectacular. They're all tested, and they've got more than 40 years of data backing it up. You can find out more at 303mecum.com. 303 is proven to protect. And speaking of protecting and speaking of 303, the car that's supporting that 303 Protect It right now is the subject of this Chris Jacobs preview.
Oh my goodness, I couldn't let this day go by without previewing a Corvette, and this 58 is the perfect one to do. Beautiful restoration. In fact, it scored 96.6 points on the NCRS Top Flight Award score sheet. That, of course, is the 283 V8, making 270 horsepower, backed up by a 4-speed manual transmission. Now, this is a rare color. This is known as Panama Yellow, and with the white coves, only 455 were produced in the Panama Yellow with those snow crest white coves for 1958. Man, you see those suspenders on the deck lid? That's 1 year only, of course. Easy way to identify the 58. 58 was also the first year of the quad headlights, the chromed bezels, and of course that washboard hood, which we already had a look at. It's got the wheel covers. Man, this thing just has it all as far as Corvettes goes. And I also wanted to do a Corvette because today is the anniversary of the death of who's considered the father of the Corvette, Harley Earl, who passed away on April 10th, 1969. So rest in peace, Harley. And guys, back to you on the block.
All right, never a bad time to check out a 1958 Corvette. Thank you, CJ. Here is an 01 Rolls-Royce Silver Seraph that just sold for $26,000.
Ah, look at that, huh? Luxury Abundanza for only $26,000.
Very cool. What a beauty.
Yeah.
What a status symbol then and now. Here's a 2015 BMW Z4 S-Drive.
Wow, look at this, huh? Boy, this thing looks like it hasn't been driven at all. It's got 58,000 plus miles on it. It's the M Sport package. That spells out 240 horsepower out of that 2-liter inline 4 with an automatic. A lot of people who order these prefer the manual, this with the automatic. Power retractable hardtop. And the 5-spoke alloy wheels. And again, nobody's going to go to the poorhouse if they buy this. The Z4 came on the heels of the Z3. And of course, the Z8, which is another stratosphere altogether.
No doubt about that. Distinctive kidney bean front grille treatment that immediately, I mean, from 10 miles away, if you could see that far, you could tell that was a BMW coming at you.
That design language is eternal.
All right, the high bid on that BMW, $20,000. That little car might fit under this pickup truck. I don't know. I'm just eyeballing it. Kidding, but not kidding. This is really jacked up and lifted 96 F250 XLT.
Yeah, this could win our altitude award today as you take a look at it. 460 big block. 460, that was the largest displacement Ford engine in whatever it wound up in, whether it's a pickup truck or a Lincoln, or now they show up in Cobra replicas. Automatic transmission, solid front axle swap, and an 8-inch lift. Not 3, not 4, not 6, 8-inch lift with 37-inch tires.
$25,000 bid. $27,000. Anybody else? 26. Close bid at $25,000. Bid goes on. Yep.
All right, the high bid here, $25,000. Last time we've had 2 dune buggies in a day?
Yeah.
Don't know. This is a 67 VW custom dune buggy.
Yep. Yeah, we had a Myers-Manx before, and I said that kind of set the stage for a lot of the dune buggies that followed. This actually predated the Myers-Manx that we saw, was a 74, but Myers-Manx had been building it prior to that. This one, you know, these things are pretty quick. They weigh like
nothing.
I don't know, 1,000 pounds maybe? And this one with a 1600cc flat 4, maybe 100 horsepower, maybe not even that. Some of them have multiple carburation, Weber carburetors, whatever, which adds to the horsepower, but still, there's so little weight you're throwing around. They give you a ride. 4-speed manual. This one has a roll bar, and I'm certainly happy for that too, because these cars don't really have what you call a low center of gravity. So if you get a little too aggressive when you're going around a corner, hold on.
I remember a kid in my neighborhood, his dad had one of these. I was probably 10 years old at the time. Summertime, he'd pile, you know, the family in and just zip around the neighborhood, and we all thought it was the coolest thing.
Oh, yeah.
14 grand, I'll put that kind of thing. It's definitely worth
$16,000.
Yeah, a lot of these were not factory built.
15,
a lot of these
16,
were just kits. People just build them themselves in their driveway or garage.
Well,
Not a lot to them.
Going to close the bid there at 15, but Mecum rule will be in effect.
16. You can do 17.
$17,000. Raise your bid to 17, it's yours. Your bid's 15, raise it to 17 and you own it. Sold, $17,000.
Okay, that's it.
Sold, $17,000.
That may be the easiest Mecum rule we've ever had.
We may have to change the name of this show to Let's Make a Deal.
You want to be Monty Hall?
Oh, Monty Hall, he was good.
Yeah.
He's a Canadian, I think.
Was he really?
I think he was, yeah.
I did not know that.
Yep. By the way, do you have a hard-boiled egg with you?
No.
Okay, well.
I'm disqualified.
You don't get the $100.
Oh, 1950. How do you follow that? 1951 Chevy pickup with an inline 6. This is the way it looked.
Yeah.
Back in the day.
That's right. You know, no getting around it. A new truck in 1951 would show up at the dealership looking a lot like this. I'm not so sure about that hardwood bit, but
I agree.
This does have the 216 cubic inch inline 6-cylinder engine and a 3-speed manual. 7-year restoration, 7 years. They took this truck apart piece by piece and rebuilt it to factory specifications.
Wow.
Yeah, rebuilt powertrain. Electrical system was converted to 12 volts. And no, 20,000, I do not think I'd let it go for that.
20,000, that's going to be the high bid. That's pretty cool. Okay, take a look at this. 1948 Studebaker Champion next.
All hail the bullet nose. This one customized, starting with a paint. That looks like a, I don't think that's the metallic. Looks like a solid green paint, maybe with those blue scallop flames with pinstripes. There's the engine. That's a 5.7 liter V8 from a 1994 Corvette. So we're up around 300 horse, 4L60 automatic transmission. Power rack and pinion, Willwood brakes, Mustang 2 front suspension. Got air suspension front and rear. Yeah, so a lot of modifications underneath there. That subframe from the Mustang 2, boy, that really makes it easy to upgrade and improve, you know, the handling, the ride on any build. And there are those Hallebrand kidney bean replica wheels. 4 9-inch rear end hiding underneath there as well.
Cool.
And somebody get 30.
20 grand, and the bid goes on there. Chevy 3100 from 1948 standing by for us.
Wow, we are getting our share of these classic Chevy pickups, 1948. Again with that 216 cube inline 6. 4-speed manual, all restored. I mean, really restored. Comprehensive restoration.
That's kind of the theme of the day with these.
Yeah,
either patina, original condition and patina, or restored.
Restored with no expense spared.
Yep.
You know, and the beauty of restoring a truck like this is that you're not looking at $200,000 to do it right. A lot of these parts available. The aftermarket industry is so comprehensively serving the classic pickup truck restoration business.
Now 20, 18, 20, now 2, 22.
Mid to upper 20s will probably get this truck sold.
3, 4, internet, 24, 23, 24, 23 bid. You better get 4 bid. You better get 3 and now
Keep
4.
going.
I have $23,000 bid.
Come on.
24.
Internet is in play with the high bid at the moment.
25, 24 bid. 25 bid. 22. At 24 is the bid. $25,000 reserve is off. 24, 25 bid.
Yep, mid-20s.
So, $24,000 to
All right, very good. $24,000. And they'll drive that home. Classic pickup truck. 2004 Mercedes-Benz SL 500 is on the block now.
Yeah, and the option sheet on this car when it was ordered had pretty much everything checked off. Comes with a 5-liter, 302 horsepower V8, with an automatic transmission. Then we get into the good stuff. Power retractable hardtop, leather, gut, heated seats, dual power seats. Got the Bose sound system, dual zone climate, nav, adjustable suspension, alloy wheels, and 64,000 miles plus the odometer reads. And anybody will tell you these cars right here, they're just catching a second wind at 64,000 miles. A lot of happy motoring still to go there.
And not a lot of money either.
Nuh-uh.
15 to be exact. And that's going online to the internet bidder. Chevelle time once again, and this particular one comes to us from 1967 with a non-1967 power plant and some other updates here.
Yeah, the 350 horse LS1 is in there now with an automatic transmission. People are going to bid on this car. This combines that classic look, the classic Chevelle heritage, with an upgraded powertrain, heavy-duty 10-bolt rear, vintage air, bucket seats console, automatic transmission. Already we're in the mid-30s. Power disc brakes, Kenwood sound. Look at that. That is clean and mean. See the AC compressor there. Aftermarket intake. Aftermarket rally wheel replicas. And that quintessential Chevrolet color. Le Mans blue, maybe.
That's kind of, that's a very nice street machine, Bill. Kind of pro touring light. Maybe a little bit down in the horsepower department. They do have digital gauges there, and they've done enough stuff to get it in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
But it's not full tilt.
No, it's fringe.
Yeah.
But definitely a real well thought out resto mod. Okay, it did not sell. I'm surprised. I thought it would.
44 is the high bid. And they'll move on to 1970 F100 Ranger now.
Another pickup, and again, done totally different from what we've seen. 300 cube inline six, 4-speed manual, and 4-wheel drive. How about Holly Sniper fuel injection on a 6-cylinder? Look at that. Yeah.
That's kind of kooky.
Yeah, it is. Big open element, air cleaner there. It's got vintage air. Power steering and brakes. And a restitched interior, all redone.
Burgundy velour upholstery.
Yes. Yeah, that velour, that'll hold you in place. I just, just tell people, I recommend when you get out of the car, don't touch a metal doorknob for a little while. Be like a Van de Graaff generator, you'll get a spark.
All right, high bid here. Wait a minute, they've reopened it, I think. Russ Conklin up on the auctioneer stand. And yeah, good for them. Reopened it, and the reserve comes off at 40, and now we're in business.
40 pounds and under $42,000. Anybody else? So 40 pounds and under, so 40 pounds and
And right there at 40 even.
301, a 68 Chevelle Custom with a 396.
That's what somebody's willing to pay for it today. 68 Chevelle up next. Big block power here on a little bit of a custom treatment.
I'm not going to jinx this car by saying it's definitely going to sell.
Okay.
But I think it is.
Okay.
Period correct, 396 big block. Automatic transmission, less than 300 miles since all of the modifications were done on the car, and there were a lot. Chrome everywhere, the dress-up kit, including the AC compressor, the alternator, serpentine belt system, color match breather, billet fluid reservoirs, updated, rebuilt automatic race transmission, US mags, Oh, come on.
I'm sorry, brother.
I'm on a losing streak here.
The high bid at $52,000. Let's check in with Chris now.
Thanks, Scott. I picked this one out just for you, buddy. The Flak Bow 1988 Porsche 930 Turbo slant nose. Now, this is a factory slant nose. That is the M505 option. However, it's been significantly changed. The 3.3-liter flat six has been rebuilt. And the transmission has been upgraded to the G50 5-speed. Now, there's a thing about these turbos. While the G50 was installed in the regular 911s in 1987, they didn't show up in the turbos until 1989. That is the last year of the original G-Series bodies that Porsche produced. So it does have an upgrade in the transmission and therefore the drivetrain overall, but it is a factory slant nose, which is going to make sure that this car gets a lot of attention when it goes across the block tomorrow. Done beautifully in that classic Guards red with the black interior. Very clean, very nice restoration, and it will be going across the block tomorrow, and I, for one, will be checking it out. Stick around. A lot more from Houston coming at you.
We are back at the NRG Center in Houston with just a few minutes left. Plenty of time to cover a few more cars. We have a 2021 GMC Sierra 2500 HD Denali that just sold for $53,000. You predicted it was going to sell while we were in the commercial, didn't you?
Thanks, but I think people know better than that. Wow, what a truck, though. This got everything in it. I mean, everything.
Yep.
Duramax V8, 445 horsepower. That's the diesel, Allison 10-speed. Everything you'd ever want in a big crew cab pickup truck, and then some, you get in this one.
Love it. All right. 1980 Camaro right behind it. Aztec Bronze.
Yep. With a V6. Yeah. 229 cubic inch V6, numbers matching. This way it came from the factory with an automatic.
This has kind of been the day of the six-cylinder, hasn't it?
It has.
Inlines and this V6.
Right. Yeah. We even had a Celine, I think, had the supercharged V6.
Oh, right.
You know? Yeah, look at this, boy. This is perfect. This has been pampered and loved. Has some documentation with it. The odometer reads about 17,000 miles plus. And look at that, $15,000, well bought.
That's a beautiful car.
Look at it. That's cheap. Find a better 1980 Camaro and buy it.
Pretty slick. All right. Same general era. This from 1983 and this K10 pickup, but a lot of modern upgrades and updates to it.
This has been the day of the duded out pickup truck, too. K10, all-wheel drive, rebuilt Vortec 350. Holley Sniper injection, electric fuel pump is brand new. So is the radiator, 700 R4 automatic. It's been all rebuilt with overdrive. Transfer case, rebuilt. New this, new that, new everything. 33-inch tires, custom candy red paint with champagne insert, and painted on pinstripes. And somebody just got another unbelievable deal.
Boy, they did. $42,000. I think that's a well done buy there for sure.
Oh boy, that truck right there, if you're going to replicate it, you just keep writing checks.
Well, let's see if anybody's going to write a check for this Roush Stage 2 Mustang from 2007.
Another six-cylinder, Scott. 4.6 liter, I'm sorry, that's a V8. Ah, a typo. I'll have to talk to my people about that. Yeah, no, it's a V8, 4.6, automatic transmission. All the Roush goodies, Shaker 500 stereo, upgraded suspension, brakes, traction control, limited slip diff, high performance exhaust, 18-inch chrome alloy wheels. Pretty, less than 15,000 miles. Reserve off, hammer down.
He said no. Sold $35,000. Sold $35,000, Alex.
Coming down the lane,
All right.
11 and 19.
Here you go for 35. Well, let's see what kind of power and modern upgrades we have in this K10 Cheyenne from 1970.
Well, after all the full Monty makeovers we've seen from these pickup trucks, this one is a little milder. 350, 4-speed, 4-wheel drive. The Cheyenne trim package, too. Factory single cab fleet side short bed configuration. There you see the engine. Not a whole lot of time spent on detailing it underneath there. It's clean, but not overly so. But the interior, that's immaculate.
Look at that. The only thing it's missing is an 8-track player.
Yes.
You know, hanging under the dash there.
Yeah, an 8-track player with BG's Saturday Night Fever 8-track in there. Don't laugh. That was like the largest selling album.
Yeah, but
and
not in 1970.
No, I'm not saying it's got to be period correct. What do you want, a matching numbers BG's album? Jeez.
Well, yes, actually.
I can't help you.
Kidding.
40.
I think if they work this, I'm not going to say.
40 bid. 40 pound out of bed. 40 bid. Down. Last call.
I will say.
A
little more work, they'll sell this.
Okay.
I mean, it is right.
Short bed.
In the market.
Yep, we are.
Upper 30s, low 40s.
Do what?
Real close.
How much?
I said real close, so let's seal the deal.
Drop it.
There you go.
Thank you.
Well done, Bill.
You bet.
40. Reserves off, he said. Thank you, Clint. 39.5. 40 pounds. 40 pounds and under bid. 39.5. 40 pounds and under. 39.5. 40. Last call. Sold 39.5. Sold 39.5. Mitchell.
On the block now, showing line F3.
39.5. And that pickup truck is going away with a sold sticker in the window. Here's another Willis for us. This is an Overland wagon, 1951.
Wow, this thing is a torque monster. It's got an LS in it.
Oh,
yes, there it is. 4L60E automatic. Wow. It's got power brakes in it. I don't know what they've done suspension-wise. I don't know if they beefed that up a little bit. But it looks like it's got a little wider track in the back there. But inside, yep, they made a few modifications in there as well. And, of course, that color scheme, that's all custom. Little baby moon hubcaps with the trim rings. And LS power.
that's one we don't see too often.
No, some of the more recent vintage Jeeps will see some real kooky powertrain upgrades, but usually on a 51 Willis Overland wagon, not often.
Hey! Reserve is off. 13, 14.
And they've lifted the reserve on this one.
13,
Look
14.
at that.
What?
Really?
14,
13,000?
15.
The reserve
14,
comes
15.
off.
Just like checkers every other turn. 15 down.
Somebody's motivated.
14 down, 15 down, 15 pound out of bed. I'm negative 14, 15, 15 to bed. I'm
Boy, I'd have
negative
guessed below
14
mid-20s
bed.
maybe.
15 pounds and out of bed, 15 pounds and out of bed. I'll have sold $14,000 internet.
Offering lot F3.
How about that?
Wow, high five to the person that just scored that for 14K.
With a 6-speed.
You're right. Hard negative 100 here, hard negative 40.
And as that one prepares to leave, we get a chance to eyeball this 2009 Corvette GT1 Championship Edition.
Let's go back to the C6 generation with a 436 horsepower 6.2 liter and a 6-speed manual. This car commemorates 10 years of Corvette success in the American Le Mans Series, and boy, did they ever get that. Those cars were dominant. One of 24 non-Z06 coupes produced in black, a one-owner car. You see the special graphics on this car as well, inside and out. 31,000 miles plus on the odometer. Four-wheel disc brakes, drilled and grooved rotors for extra cooling on those brakes. ABS, yellow calipers. Wow, $28,000, Scott. Look at that car.
I love it.
That is a limited production 436 horsepower C6 Corvette with a 6-speed.
Yep, you mentioned one of 125 built for the series, even fewer than that in black.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one sells, and we take a look at a 91 GMC Cyclone selling at no reserve, almost untouched in terms of any attempt at restoration.
Yes, highly original, unmodified condition. Boy, these trucks sent out a shockwave. I remember them well. I owned a GMC Typhoon, which was the SUV version of these platforms. These had that little 4.3 liter V6 turbo intercooled, 280 horsepower, all-wheel drive, but boy, they would leave hard. No wheel spin, just get up and go. Of course, Car and Driver popularized this truck by racing it against a Ferrari, and in the quarter mile, the Cyclone beat the Ferrari. Now, once you get past the quarter mile, the Ferrari would just smoke the Cyclone, but for 1,320 feet, that little truck was practically unbeatable. Came standard with air conditioning, the 4-speed 4L60 automatic transmission, and they only built these for a couple of years, 91, 92, 93.
You got it, my friend.
That was the final year for the Cyclone. Boy, these kind of helped to popularize the high-performance trucks and SUVs.
Yes, indeed. And this one sells for $16,000. We'll come back and wrap up today's program for you in just a moment. Well, as we get set to close out today, just an update on our top sellers for you in case you joined us late. 1959 Apache in apple red candy with a 350 crate V8. Unbelievable look. Sold for $87,000 a little earlier in the day. Then that 2018 Mustang Cobra Jet 50th anniversary race car to celebrate 50 years of the 68 Mustang Cobra Jet. That gabbled for $88,000. But our number one car today, not a car at all, yes. 2025 Harley-Davidson CVO. That stands for Custom Vehicle Operations. Basically, take a stock Screaming Eagle, perhaps, and upgrade it almost endless options-wise. And this one with a 153 horsepower Screaming Eagle Milwaukee 8 V-twin. Sold for $130,000. Lots of upgrades, too many to mention here on that motorcycle. It's our top seller today. And there's a look at the top 5 overall, Bill.
I don't think we've ever had a motorcycle top our top sellers on any given day, except at the motorcycle
auction. At the motorcycle auction, yeah, it's very good.
Yeah. But look at that, number one seller by a bunch. Number two is $88,000.
And this one, believe it or not, are you kidding me? 1968 Dodge Coronet just gabbled for $15,000.
Oh, that is a weird.
Chris Jacobs, what were you in on that one?
I was not. I wish I was. That's a great jumping off point for a resto, though.
Totally.
That's a weird powertrain. Numbers matching. The little 273 cubic inch V8, that was the engine in the original Barracuda. If you went with a V8, that's the one you got. You never see those in a B body.
That might have a Hemi in it by the time it hits the elephant door at the other end.
You got it. That's funky.
Yep. And hey, you know what? Even if you do nothing to it, you've still got a cool car.
Yeah, you do.
For $15K. 1956 Chevy 210 next.
Got dual quads on this, 2 4-barrels and a chrome intake. A small block engine, automatic transmission. And fast work of that, 45, short of the mark.
Okay. Time for a couple more, I think. 1984 C10 rolling up for us.
LS swap with a 4L60E automatic transmission. Well, we got about 300 horsepower there. Shaved tailgate, custom eyeball paint. So a lot of the modifications on this 1984 C10 happened on the exterior. Green and cream. And that is green. That top color is green. Then you see the cream underneath. And inside, it's brown, which they describe as peanut butter.
Super clean on that firewall, too. That's attention to detail underneath the hood.
Yeah, it's really a trend with a lot of builders that has found a lot of popularity. They just hide all the harnesses and hoses, wiring and things like that. They run them through the frame rails. And
really well done.
Sight. Yeah, it is. I call it a Brazilian wax in the engine. What I would call that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, if you say so.
Up next, coming down the lane, take a look here.
The high bid here goes at $45,000. Look out.
Look out.
1957 GMC 101 or 100. Anyway, it's a Napco panel truck.
Yes. Yes.
Outside of the outside four-wheel drive conversion, folks.
Yes, and a whole cult following for these
Big
trucks.
time.
We get them every now and then. It's the factory-installed Napco four-wheel drive, 7,000 miles worth on the odometer, the original unrestored inline-six, 270 cubes with a manual transmission. These models were offered limited in 1957, sold to the Civil Defense Departments as a rescue vehicle, and they popped up all over the place in the fire service, first responders. They've jumped around over the years from agency to agency, and they have that kind of cool, heavy-duty, high-boy stance with that exclusive Napco four-wheel drive system. Reserve is off.
Friday afternoon.
30 pounds a dollar, 30 pounds a dollar, Jamie.
I mean, just such an unusual look, and it's not hard to understand why folks love them, even still today.
Yeah, exactly.
$30,000 bought it. All right, here is a 1967 VW Bug.
Yeah, and this one of the distinguishing factors of this Bug is the rear window. As they enlarged the rear window, got away from that little oval rear window from the earlier cars. This one, a little bit bigger engine, the 1500cc, flat four with 53 horsepower. And the Schlepper-Noodle shifter, the sloppy noodle shifter.
Sloppy noodle, yeah.
I don't know if I pronounced it correctly. We'll get mail.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. And it's market correct. You can sell these little Beetles all day long, and when they're in this condition, this kind of equipment, you're between $16,000, $17,000 to $20,000.
Well, it's right in that area right now at $18,000, and the bid goes on.
Yeah, a few more bids, and
I would assume that one's going to get picked up at bid goes on.
Hang on. So. Yep. It might not, because they've reopened it here, I think.
20 grand, 19, 20. 20,000.
They're thinking about it.
Yeah, 20 should come.
Down one. We're on the Beetle. Car off the block, Paul. On the Beetle, 20, 21. 20 grand, 21. 20 bid, 21 pounds, another down one. We're all good. Good. 21, 22.
It is.
Reserve is up. 21,
All right.
22. 1, 2, 5, 1, back it in 22 pounds, another man.
Yeah, that was just way too close to the number.
Right.
To have that go to big goes on.
Yeah, I'm telling you, you can watch these things cross the block time after time, and this is the same window.
Except when they updated the window to the bigger window, right?
No, that would have nothing to do with
Never
it.
mind. All right, it's late. A 2003 50th anniversary Corvette up on the block now, and a pace car.
Yeah, this is C5 generation of the Corvette. 5.7 liter, 6-speed manual, anniversary red with Indianapolis 500 livery. And we're close on this. We don't have much time left. Let's see if we get a hammer.
Don't have time to follow it, but we want to say thank you for joining us for day one from Houston. So much fun. Hey, I think we'll come back and do it again tomorrow. We're going to do it from noon until 6 p.m. Eastern here on ESPN+. Hope you can join us then. For Bill Stevens, Chris Jacobs, and Shannon Spake, I'm Scott Hoke. We will see you tomorrow, and that pace car was a bid goes on car. Good night, everybody.